that is the National Assembly chambers. As you can see, members are making their way into the chambers or inside. Others have already taken their positions, of course, getting ready for the business that is lined up to be transacted this afternoon. And talking about that particular business that will be transacted this afternoon, two bills that were extensively debated on last week. This includes the Social Protection Bill, a bill originating from the National Assembly and moved by the leader of the majority or government-sponsored bill, as well as the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill, also originating from the National Assembly and sponsored by the leader of the majority party. These were bills that were extensively debated during the second reading or at the second reading stage. And this afternoon, these two bills are lined up for consideration at the committee of the whole house stage. This is the stage where, in case members during the debate had amendments or proposed amendments to these two bills, this is the point or the stage where the members will be able to consider those amendments and see whether they will be adopted as part of the bills or not. The Social Protection Bill, just a look at this particular bill, is that it's a bill that seeks to reduce poverty and vulnerability and improve the well-being of the people by providing assistance, services, and programs that build human capital and cushion people against risks and contingencies throughout the life cycle. Now, you will recall that already the country has a number of programs that take care of the vulnerable or the poor and even the aged. In this case, those are the vulnerable. However, this particular bill seeks to come in and harmonize some of those how that particular, or rather how those bills are run. This bill provides for the establishment of the National Board for Social Protection, defines its composition, functions, powers, and its sources of funds. Some of the functions of the board will include advising the Cabinet Secretary on matters relating to social protection, designing and implementing social protection interventions. Of course, this also include the ones that are already in existence. These are interventions and programs providing social assistance as well as social care to vulnerable persons, coordinating social protection interventions, among other functions that at least will enable those vulnerable be able to receive the care that they most need. The Value Added Tax Amendment Bill. This is a bill whose debate was also concluded at the second reading stage and will be considered at the committee of the whole house stage. This is a bill that seeks to make amendments to the tax laws amendment that was passed last year, December 2024, to enable, make changes or clarifications or even rectify the debt when that bill will be coming into effect. And this is a bill also that seeks to take care of the investors, especially the manufacturers or the manufacturing industry. Some of the contents or the bill, some of the issues that the bill entails is to ensure that investors get incentives to put up industries in the country and improve or bolster the manufacturing sector in this particular country. So these bills were considered last week, and this afternoon they will be up for consideration at the committee of the whole house stage. Already amendments have been moved, including the Departmental Committee on Social Protection. The member for Funyula, Honorable Dr. Ojiambo Oundo also has amendments that he has moved towards this particular bill. And of course, they will be considered during the committee of the whole house stage. This afternoon also, all right, that is the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Dr. Moses Wetangula, making his way into the chambers, or already in the chambers. He will be presiding over this afternoon sitting. Allow me to hand you over to this live broadcast that is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in partnership with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. Good afternoon.
Waheshimiwa, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umetoa nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, tukusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao wameridhika kutuita tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tukuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote atakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu, na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Sergeant, ring the quorum bell.
Well, the prayer has been said and the chair taken. However, the House has not quorated for it to be able to commence its business. Hence, the quorum bell that was directed by the Speaker, or as provided for in the House Standing Order number 34, that after the prayer is said and the chair taken, if the quorum is not present or has not been raised yet, then that bell will be on for at least 10 minutes. This is sort of an allowance for the members who may be within the precincts of Parliament, at least to hasten their steps and be able to get to the chambers, join their colleagues, of course, and also allow the House or enable the House attain that quorum for the business to commence.
One, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader. Wapi Majority Leader? Meli, you're holding brief. Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, April 29, 2025. Legal notice number 37 of 2025 relating to the capital markets derivatives market amendments regulations 2025, the explanatory memorandum and evidence of stakeholder engagements from the National Treasury and Economic Planning. 2, the agreement establishing the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, EBRD, from the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs. 3, the agreement under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction, from the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs. 4, the agreement establishing the Shelter Afrique Development Bank from the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs. 5, reports of the Auditor General and financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2023 and the certificates thereon. 1, Igembe Boys Secondary School. 2, Maranda High School. 3, Bunyala Technical and Vocational College. 4, Jeremiah Nyaga Technical Institute. And 5, Bushangala Technical Training Institute. 6, reports of the Auditor General and financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2024 and the certificate therein. 1, Anti-Corruption Authority. 2, Green Thinking and Action Party. 2, Green Thinking Action Party. 3, Kenya Deposit Insurance Corporation Staff Mortgage and Car Loan Fund. 4, Kenya Medical Supplies Authority. 5, Kenyatta National Hospital. 6, Kericho Teachers Training College. 7, National Health Insurance Car Loan and Mortgage Scheme. 8, National Quality Control Laboratory. And 9, Revenue Accountability Statements, Kenya Revenue Authority. Number 7, Honorable Speaker, is reports of the Auditor General and financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2024 and certificates therein in respect of the following constituencies. 1, Embakasi Central. 2, Embakasi East. 3, Gatundu North. 4, Gatundu South. 5, Githunguri. 6, Juja. 7, Kapenguria. 8, Kisumu Central. 9, Kisumu East. 10, Naivasha. And 11, Rongo. Number 8, reports of the Auditor General and financial statements for the year ended 31st December 2024 and certificates therein. 1, Consolidated Bank of Kenya, Development Bank of Kenya Limited, and Reinsurance Corporation Limited. I lay, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Communication, Information, and Innovation. KJ. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Blue Economy, Water, and Irrigation. Bowen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 29 April 2025. The report of Departmental Committee on Blue Economy, Water and Irrigation on budget implementation review for the first half of the financial year 2024-2025. That is the month of July to December 2024 for the following State Department. Number 1, the State Department of Water and Sanitation. Number 2, the State Department of Irrigation. And number 3, the State Department of Blue Economy and Fisheries. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Chairperson, Departmental Committee, Social Protection. Alice. Order, members. Order. Can we have some order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 29 April 2025. Report of the Departmental Committee on Social Protection on its consideration of 1, the Pension Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 25 of 2024, and 2, the Care and Protection of Child Parent Bill, Senate Bill number 29 of 2023. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Finance and Planning.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Order. Order, member for Busia. Order. Order, Donya. Many of you are first-timers. If you have a matter, order, members. If you have a matter, Honorable Omanyo. Order, Kiborek. Order. Take your seat. For our good ladies, if you have any issue, I can see the manner in which you are garlanding your hair. Looks like you want to demonstrate something. If you want to do that, and is a matter that is not on the order paper. Order, Meli, and your group. I'm communicating to your colleagues. If you have a matter that is not listed on the order paper, the decent thing to do is to approach the speaker and tell him that I have a matter I want to raise. It's unlikely that I'll deny you. So you don't disrupt business by just shouting point of order. Meli, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for that directives. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 29th April 2025, a joint report of the National Assembly Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning and the Senate Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the approval hearing of nominees for the appointments as the board members of the Central Bank of Kenya. Thank you.
Cases. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Communication, Information and Innovation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 29th of April, 2025. And what I'm laying here is a report of the Departmental Committee on Communication, Information and Innovation on its consideration of the Computer Misuse and Cybercrime Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 41 of 2024. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable KJ. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give a notice of the following motion. That taking into consideration the findings of the Joint Committee of the National Assembly Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning and the Senate Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the approval hearing of nominees for the appointment as members of the board of the Central Bank of Kenya laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 29 April 2025, and pursuant to Section 11, Subsection 2 of the Central Bank of Kenya Act 491, this House approves the appointment of the following nominees as members of the board of the Central Bank of Kenya. Number 1, FCPA Sophie Moturi, CPA Abdullahi Mohamed Abdi, MS Petrus Koskei, and Mr. David Simpson Osawa Award. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Order, members. Member for Busia County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise under Standing Order 83 and 245 on budget monitoring and implementation. Mr. Speaker, the 47 women reps in this country are bleeding right now. All of them have been castrated with a blunt badizo. We usually think on our feet and ahead of the curve by planning. Everybody here plans. And when you plan and somebody comes and puts a hitch, then you have only theory with you, but no pragmatism. The women reps have been deducted 500 million. We do not know what to do, where to start, but we demand that that money must find its way back to the Ngaf kitty. We need also the PS and the CEO for Ngaf also to give us an explanation why things can happen that way, and they have no clue. We are all looking at each other as if they do not understand their role in those offices. So all the 47 women reps are here to demand their right because they were elected to go and represent their people. As I speak now, even the sanitary towels, the money has never been brought to their account.
Take
So
your
the
seat.
children in
Order,
schools,
Catherine, take your seat first. Honorable, distinguished ladies, you do not make your case any better by being rowdy. Kofi Annan always said he had a soft voice with a powerful message. You can deliver a powerful message with a soft voice. And being rowdy does not amplify your message. Allow, I believe Omanyo is your representative. Allow her to finish what she's saying.
Mr. Speaker, it's not easy. Maybe I don't have a soft or soprano voice. It came out like a bass. But what I'm saying, how do I go to Busia and tell them that I'm representing them if the money was stolen and I was seated here acting like I'm sober? Mr. Speaker, I even don't know what to do because I just want to understand. The money itself is meager, very little, that you cannot think to deduct but increase. So we need the women reps, all the women in Kenya, to be represented, to be heard, and we do not want theory every day of women are being empowered, women are being given opportunities, women, and yet it is like giving somebody a present of a goat, but you stick on the rope. We are being remote controlled, Mr. Speaker. We need the rights of all the 47 women reps to be in place like yesterday. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hasn't she made your case? Donya, order members.
Mr. Speaker, today we are joyless. That's why you see we are wearing black. Everything that we have won.
What is on your head is not black.
This one is Ngaf color. Ngaf color. I can define the rest, which we are in black, Mr. Speaker. Everything is black. We are mournful. We are mournful. Mr. Speaker, we are mournful. Women, we are miserable. Women, we are malcontent. Women, we are dissatisfied, Mr. Speaker. Women, we are aggrieved. We are not happy. You know very well our men in the house. When you come home and you find us your wives, you tell us, Mama, bring. We bring. Mama, give. We give. We have never denied men anything that you have asked us, Mr. Speaker. We have never. So we are going home. We will be going for recess, Mr. Speaker. Our children, our men, our elders will be asking, Mama County, what is there for us? They've taken all our money. They've taken everything. We have nothing, Mr. Speaker. We are not okay. We feel that this country is not ours, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Why are they doing that to us,
You have
Mr.
made your
Speaker?
point. Ben Suda.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And now we want the House to be fully silent. Women makes the nation, the world to move. Honorable Speaker, I mentioned to you that you are a speaker worth being a speaker without any other ambition in 2027. Honorable Speaker, I want to say that even God himself saw when the man was lonely and clueless without a woman. Honorable Speaker, that is when Eve was given. In this country, we have fought for 2/3 gender rule. Honorable Speaker, I submit that it is in the Ministry of Gender that we suffered for a long time without the reappointment of the CS, which was lately done. Honorable Speaker, I saw your able panel talk about or ask a question which came out that ladies are running after men. That is why they are being killed. Honorable Speaker, the 47 women in this country
Order,
would want to deliver.
Order, the panel never said that.
There is a question which arises, Honorable Speaker, and it is in record what the CS responded. Honorable Speaker, we do not want to have a PS who is not on toss with issues. We were asked about, we came here and found that 500 million was stuck. And Honorable Speaker, while our money was being deducted, Honorable Speaker, the women were in full support of increment in NGCDF, a worthy fund that helps in our constituencies. I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that even the funds for femicides, which is still not clear, presidential directives are not honored by the State Department of Gender. Honorable Speaker, I want to say that the meager resources we get, we want to achieve affirmative action.
You've
These
made
women,
your points.
Honorable Speaker, 1 second. Even if we are putting on flowers, we are not flower girls. We are competent women leaders in this country. We want money and we want 1 billion to be reinstated that the president gave us. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. You are ours truly. Let us achieve through your seat. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, DK. There is a point of order here.
Order, Honorable Speaker. I think we cannot allow that charade to continue when you refer men as clueless. It is completely out of order, and Bensouda should withdraw and apologize. There is no way men can be clueless.
Order. Order. I order. Order. Order, members. Order. Order. Order, members. Order. Order, members. I know two distinguished lady MPs who look for any slight opportunity to be rowdy. But this is not the moment. If you are pursuing your rights, pursue them orderly. When you shout at the top of your voice, you lose the argument. I'll give only 2 more, and then we close. Zamzam. Yes, Wanjala. Mama Zamzam, take your seat. Yes, Wanjala.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, even from the Bible, Mr. Speaker, whenever a woman asks for something, is given. Mr. Speaker, this is not something to be debated.
Which Bible are you quoting?
Mr. Speaker, Genesis.
Just go on and tell us that's your fertile imagination.
Mr. Speaker, these women, remember, they also occupy very big constituencies. I honestly and kindly request you, Mr. Speaker, to stop the debate and give order to the person who deducted their money to return that money immediately.
Zamzam. Zamzam. Give.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, kama mama Mombasa, leo nimetamaushwa sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Watu wetu wameweza kuapply pesa za ngafu. Ni vikundi ambavyo Rais wetu wa taifa alisema anataka kuinua uchumi, na rais akatuongezea pesa sisi kina mama ili ziweze kusambaa mashinani. La kusikitisha, Mheshimiwa Spika, wanawake hasa kina mama 47 katika bunge hili wamedharauliwa sana. Juzi hapa nilimuuliza waziri wa fedha, hizi pesa zilikatwa vipi? Akasema zilikatwa hapa. Tukija kuangalia hapa, hazikukatwa hapa Mheshimiwa Spika, zimekatwa kule Treasury Mheshimiwa Spika. Mimi tunataka niwaelezee Wakenya, hawa kina mama 47 mnaoona leo bungeni, wakija kule mashinani, mimi naomba muwaelewe pesa zao zimekatwa. Kama kuna groups zilikuwa zimeapply ngafu, na waomba mjue grupu nyingi sana zitakosa ngafu, msiweze kuwapiga hawa kina mama kule mashinani. Lakini awali ya yote Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi naomba waziri wa fedha aturegeshe 500 million zetu ambazo amekata. Na mimi naomba waziri wa fedha, manake tumeona hata imekuwa advert kwenye gazeti Mheshimiwa Spika, tuko kina mama 47, lakini advert imewekwa kwa gazeti mambo ya sanitary towels, wameweka counties 17 peke yake. Sasa kule kwetu Mombasa hakuna, ijonekana watasema mama Zamzam amekula pesa Mheshimiwa Spika. Leo huyu kwa Busia ataambiwa amekula pesa Mheshimiwa Spika. County ni kubwa, pesa yetu ni ndogo, badala tuongezewe tunafinywa. Rais alisema atatetea kina mama, na leo mimi namuomba rais kwa unyenyekevu, una power, una nguvu, muite waziri wa fedha aje turegeshe pesa zetu, tuingie mashinani tufanye kazi ili kazi yako ionekane. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Thank you, good ladies. You have made your points. Let me now ask the finance chair. Chairman budget, but chairman before that, yes, Jen Kagiri. No trade unionism here.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I serve as the chairperson of the 47 county MPs, and it is my honor to actually take the House through where the women are dressed the way they are. They are dressed in pink and they are dressed in black. Black to mourn the deduction of their money, which I think was a great injustice to us and an injustice to the whole country. Honorable Speaker, pink stands for the color pink, which is for NGAF, the National Government Affirmative Action Fund. Honorable Speaker, you have told us we don't have to be loud, we can just speak softly and make our actions be heard. Honorable Speaker, we have been decent and polite for the last 2 years. It seems that has not worked for us. Honorable Speaker, this afternoon we are requesting you to humbly indulge us because we have decided we are going to now start using our legs. From here, we are exiting the chamber to the National Government Affirmative Action Fund, and then we go to the Treasury Office to follow up on where our money went. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I hope you have granted us the permission. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The chairman of budget, yes, Kainan. On the same issue? Yes. Give Honorable Kainan the mic.
Mr. Speaker, there is a reason why, and I speak here as a person who participated in the drafting, formulation, and adoption of the current constitution. And there's a reason why the framers then decided to have special seats for our ladies. It didn't come out of the blue. It came as a result of the historical marginalization that has taken place, both the post-independent and pre-independent Kenya, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's not fair to deny them a right that has been granted through a legislative framework. Mr. Speaker, I want to appeal to the Mandarins in Treasury to be considerate when they are dealing with certain sensitive issue. This right has already been given. Removing is not fair. Mr. Speaker, you also know that our ladies are the majority voters in our country. They are the majority in the population, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to appeal to my chair here. Even as a member, I feel ashamed. Let me tell you the truth. Out of a budget of 4.7 trillion, denying our ladies 500 million in the middle of the budget, it's not fair. Mr. Speaker, I want to plead with you. Direct the chairman budget to urgently find a mechanism to reinstate these provisions so that our ladies are not subjected to what they are going through. And in future, Mr. Speaker, because we are all in this political arena, we should be careful with certain decisions that we make. This is a right. Please don't leave it like a demand for more. Demand for more allocations. That is the only way you can represent the 47
Atandi.
counties that you are represented. I support your cause.
Atandi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I am represented in this house by a very able women rep, Dr. Christine Ombaka of Siaya. And Honorable Speaker, I've seen the amount of work that has been done in Siaya courtesy of NGAF. And therefore, I would be the last person to participate in deducting funds that are meant for NGAF. I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that I agree and support the sentiments by my lady colleagues, and that as a matter of responsibility, I'm going to convene a meeting with the National Treasury with a view to considering using Article 223 to avail resources for NGAF that were deducted. Honorable Speaker, having said that, I want to tell my lady colleagues that budget making is a role of this House. Treasury does not make the budget. Budget is made here. And that when these deductions happened, they happened under the leadership of your colleague who was running.
It's very clear on who gets what and who should not get what, Honorable Speaker. As we speak, the rains are here. Our roads are bad, Honorable Speaker. These are monies that belong to the people of Kenya, appropriated for the roads of the people of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, it is important to note that in the villages, the roads that matter, the roads that are visible, the roads that people use day to day are Kera roads. And as we speak, Honorable Speaker, they are impassable. The rains have washed them away. And Honorable Speaker, Kera, the government, the executive, continue playing games with us. They continue giving us piecemeal amounts of money, Honorable Speaker. As we speak, it has not released the monies on the ground. I therefore move, Honorable Speaker, in view of this, Honorable Speaker, we suspend the sitting.
Order, Jack Wamboka. Order, Wamboka, take your seat. You came to the Speaker to simply raise and seek a statement on when the funds are going to be released. As a matter of fact, House Business Committee this afternoon directed the majority leader to issue a statement to this tomorrow. But I obliged you. I did not give you an opportunity to move an informal motion that you are trying to do. Yes, let's be gentlemen and ladies and bear fidelity to what you agree with the Speaker. Order, Bowen. Order, Bowen. Go on.
Honorable Speaker, as I was indicating, rains are here. People, bodabodas are planting banana stems on our roads. Honorable Speaker, lives are unbearable because things cannot work. The roads are not motorable. And Honorable Speaker, it is not, we are with you. You are part of us. You are member of Parliament #1, Honorable Speaker. So when we speak very strongly about
the road
things,
to my house is a Kera road. And
I
you
know
that.
it. I know it, Honorable Speaker, and it's impossible. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to implore on you that you are one of us, and when we say that, of course, I have withdrawn, it means that the magnitude of this matter is heavy. Honorable Speaker, be in our shoes, because you are us, and we respect you, Honorable Speaker. I want to move that we want a comprehensive statement, Honorable Speaker, of when the monies are going to be available, of course, not later than tomorrow, Honorable Speaker. If things are not working, we want the minister here. We want the minister here, Honorable Speaker. The executive is playing with us, Honorable Speaker. And as we continue with that, Honorable Speaker, tomorrow is 30th. Honorable Mbadi gave us a promissory note for 30th, Honorable Speaker. I just want to remind you, please let it be at your back. But if this thing can't work, Honorable Speaker, tomorrow, please direct that we have the minister here. If he's not doing his work, we also place an embargo to him that he should not conduct business of government, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. DK, I had said I'll invite the chairman. 1 minute only.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you for that consideration.
Yes.
The matter that Honorable Jack has raised is a matter of national importance. The fact that all the carer money has not been released for purposes of ensuring we can gravel our roads at this time of rains is a matter of concern. Is a matter of concern as we are going to recess. It is an issue that you will see people suffering, and there is nothing you can do. So rather than this house remaining impotent, it is important that the minister himself comes and explain. There has been so many explanations that don't add up. When they say that the court can share around 10.6 billion, who say that is it called holding for
Ganishi order?
Kanishi order, who said that it has to be 22%, it has to be 10%, because the entire RMLF levy, what was in contention was only 10.6 billion. It can belong to Kenya, it can belong to Kura, it can belong to KWS, it can belong to the CS allocation. Why is it that Kera roads are suffering as a result of that Kanishe order? So we want the CS to come here clearly and state as to why the 10.6 billion that is in contention is being used to make sure that our rural roads are not working. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. GK, sorry, let me hear the Deputy Speaker on the same issue.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I think that this House has to be alive to one fact. It is very well for us to appropriate the funds in this House, but the National Treasury can sabotage us by making sure there is no exchequer available. So you can appropriate all you want in this House, but the exchequer can be sabotaged at the National Treasury. So what we need to know is that we must use our opportunity on Wednesdays when we can call the cabinet secretary. Let the cabinet secretary confirm to us that whatever we appropriate in this House must have the corresponding exchequer provided by the National Treasury. That's the problem. Two, the other thing I want to mention, because it was said, Honorable Atandi, Chairman Budget, I know you said that I chaired the Budget Committee under Supplementary 2 when that matter was dealt. No, I have the opportunity to say, I must say, the code that was provided during the budget hearings was not the code for the National Government Affirmative Action Fund. It was a different code. The description, no, the code belonged to the GAF funds, but the description was office operations. How was I supposed to know, or anybody in the budget committee to know what a code is? So actually, the Ministry of Gender were being deceptive to the budget committee at that time. And we are asking them to treat it as an error, and come back. No, they can treat it as an error, and then they can come back to us and do it under Article 223. It's very simple. We can correct an error. That is what happened. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
That is exactly what I've directed the Speaker. Let's follow that. GK. Now, GK, if you have a satisfactory explanation, go ahead. If you don't try.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you for your advice.
Order, members. Order.
Honorable Speaker, this is a very important debate. And
the reason I'm saying, order, GK, take your seat. The reason I'm saying don't try is that in the event you are not ready with material facts to the issue. Tomorrow afternoon, we have the PCS, and we have listed only 4 questions. If you are able to satisfy your colleagues, go ahead. If you are not, I then can direct the clerk to call the minister to come here tomorrow afternoon on that singular issue of RMLF. So it's up to you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And this is a very important and serious discussion or debate we are having here, Honorable Speaker, this afternoon. I want to agree with you that the matter solely lies with the Cabinet Secretary who will be coming here tomorrow. And I want to urge honorable members to avail
He has not been invited yet. You are inviting me to direct that he be invited?
Yes, please. So when the Speaker allows the Cabinet Secretary to come here, honorable members, I want to urge you to avail yourselves so that we can take the Cabinet Secretary through our experiences as members of Parliament. Because, Honorable Speaker, I don't believe this money belongs to members of Parliament as it is said out there. This money belongs to Kenyans, and we must do whatever it takes to serve our people and avail resources that are appropriated by this House. Honorable Speaker, I urge members to be patient and engage the Cabinet Secretary when he comes here.
So, honorable members,
thank you.
I will direct the clerk to invite the CS for roads and transport to be here tomorrow in the afternoon. We will start with him for 30 minutes only before we have the Prime Cabinet Secretary to answer to several issues, including the very contentious issues you have been raising here about hardship areas and their designations and the allowances that go with it. So tomorrow, those who have been agitating about order, Honorable Anjala, of late you have been behaving so well. Or is it Alicia who is inciting you to misconduct yourself? Those members who have been raising issues about designation and classification of hardship areas, tomorrow the Prime Cabinet Secretary will be here to respond to that issue. And I expect him to tell the House and the country more about policy than enclaves of hardship, so that we get to know what it means to be a hardship area and what goes with it and who deserves it. So tomorrow afternoon, we will start with Honorable CS for Transport and Roads on the singular issue of RMLF. Don't stray in with other issues. Then we go to the PCS. So GK, be here to support the minister to whom your committee oversights tomorrow. Thank you. Bashir?
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, I want to bring to the attention of this House something of national importance that has been happening in the last 2 days. And this is a matter that has been aired on our media stations and televisions called Bloodbath Parliament. Honorable Speaker, that documentary was run by BBC World Service, and it's been run through our national media stations. And it captures or talks about the event that happened in June the 25th. A very sad day indeed, tragic and shameful. Tragic in the sense that we lost lives of our fellow Kenyans. Shameful in the sense that democracy of the parliament was about to be infringed. And nevertheless, it has come at this time, a time that we have really moved on. We spoke about that issue in this house, discussed it, sympathized, mourned our fellow Kenyans who passed on during that day. However, it has come at this time again. As much as we agree that our fellow Kenyans lost their lives, unfortunately, but we also moved on to ensure that we reconcile the country as we move on. BBC World Service has attended to this matter in a way that also looked at the Kenyan society or African society as something that discriminatory, sort of, if I may say so. Honorable Speaker, it looked like our media stations also picked it up without questioning how BBC World Service aired the story. It happens world over. People are killed, our people are killed. We sympathize, we moved on. Even world over. Remember, there was the same issue or similar in Capitol Hill. BBC World Service never took the opportunity to say something. It happened in London, they never said it. It happened in many Western nations, they never said it. Above all, there's the killing of women and children in Gaza, and BBC World Service never speak about it. Unfortunately, where 50,000 have been killed so far, especially women and children by a country. They never cover those things. So I think the timing of that report, and it comes at a time when IPOA and other investigative agencies are doing an investigation, and they never shared that with them. Let us not subjugate or discriminate against our own agencies that we think are doing their jobs. It's a matter of us saying, let us ensure that they have capacity to do their job. But let us not clap hands for foreigners who always come and say, this is wrong, what you're doing. Pointing fingers at whatever we do. BBC is a world-renowned station, media station. They have never talked about the genocide that is happening in Gaza, and yet it's a world service. But they want to incite at this time. So, Honorable Speaker, I think why I'm raising this point, because the title itself talks about bloodbath parliament. They should have talked about the protests that happened that day in Kenya or Nairobi, but they chose to use the term bloodbath parliament. That is to also see parliament in a very bad light. This doesn't mean that we don't sympathize with our Kenyans who have been killed. We did here. We mourned them. We empathized with them. We sympathized with them. But the timings of this report by BBC World is unfortunate. And it touches on lack of patriotism also on our part, trying to showcase things done by a foreign media. I want to take on BBC World. Please go to Gaza and report also what is happening in Gaza as well. Honorable Speaker, I wanted to bring that to attention of the House so that they are also aware that this is a national matter that is happening in our soil. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, KJ.
Mr. Speaker, this matter that has been brought to the floor by Honorable Bashir is a very critical national matter that we need to prosecute with sobriety as Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, there is no member who would rise on the floor of this House to support atrocities by any uniformed officer against our citizens. And in fact, we are not here to say whether the Kenya Army or the Kenya Defense Forces have done right or done wrong, because it is not in our place to judge them. However, Mr. Speaker, it is not lost to my mind that in the last parliament, Mr. Speaker, this House declined to assent to the renewal of the terms of service and the terms of training of the British Army Training Unit in Kenya, the Batuk. Mr. Speaker, when we refused to sign up and regularize Batuk's presence in Kenya, we took a hitting as a House, Mr. Speaker. But in this 13th Parliament, the Parliament has been able to pass that British Army Training Unit in Kenya can practice and train on our mother soil, Mr. Speaker. However, that was not without a rider. This House put a rider, and the rider was serious, Mr. Speaker. The rider was saying that there is no way that a British officer can end up committing a crime in Kenya and not tried in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, the British Army Training Unit is known to have killed our people. They are known to have raped our women. They are known to have maimed our people. Mr. Speaker, they are also known for serious environmental degradation. And we understand, Mr. Speaker, even in media, that the BBC is funded by taxpayers' money in Britain, meaning that BBC is funded to push the foreign agenda of the British people internationally, Mr. Speaker. And so we must know, is BBC speaking as a mouthpiece of the government and the people of Britain? Or what is it that the BBC is doing? Could it be an attempt to untwist this country so that they can rescind on the rider that we put on their training of the Batuk units in Kenya, Mr. Speaker, and perpetuate a history of extractive economy, oppressive economy, and exploitative economy in a very unfair trade balance between Kenya and the UK. Mr. Speaker, even as we debate this matter, it is not lost to us that yes, there were unfavorable events that took place in the time and the lead up to the finance bill. But Mr. Speaker, that is not what we are debating. We would like to know for a fact whether what BBC is hearing is connected to the riders that this House put on the training of the British Army Training Units in Kenya, where we were requiring that any officer of the British Army, if they are found here in Kenya to have killed, to have maimed, to have raped, they should be tried here in the mother soil, as it would happen even for a Kenyan if they were found guilty of a criminal offense in the UK. So that, Mr. Speaker, the issues are clear for Kenyans, because we know there are many issues that have happened in the UK, very many issues that have happened elsewhere, but they did not get the media presence that we are seeing being put on this issue of the Kenyan Defense Forces. And I dare say, Mr. Speaker, that I do not speak this in defense of the Kenya Defense Forces. I speak this to frame the issues so that even as we are talking about this issue, we know that there could be an interest that is an ulterior interest being pushed with these media reports, because I know as a media practitioner, there is never a news item that appears on a prominent media station that is an orphan. Any media item that comes up on a media station has its own father and it has its own mothers. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and let us look at the agreement that we put down for the British Army to be able to train in Kenya and on Kenyan soil, and the exploitation of our environment, the depletion of our environment, and the cases that we know of human rights abuses that are conducted by the British Army on Kenyan soils. The killing, the maiming, and the raping will not go unnoticed, and we will not keep quiet about this issue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
On the same, Millie? Yes, Millie?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank Honorable KJ
for urging that we speak soberly about this issue. And Mr. Speaker, I wish to speak soberly about this issue. And sometimes when you're in leadership, you have to take the road less traveled. And on this issue, I want to take the path less traveled. Mr. Speaker, we lost many young people. And we have very many young people who are traumatized as a consequence of what happened. Mr. Speaker, it is a point in our country that all of us wish never happened, but it happened. Mr. Speaker, I think we have not handled this issue well, and that is why sometimes you find people from outside are coming to document this. If as Kenya, we were able to acknowledge that things went wrong and we need to fix it, then Mr. Speaker, even if BBC aired it, it doesn't matter. We have to fix our own problems on our own. We don't have to wait for BBC to tell us there was something wrong. I have a problem with the title that they've given, but which is typical of any media house because they want it to trend and then want it to, yeah. And because of that, Mr. Speaker, they may have given it that title. But Mr. Speaker, we have not yet dealt with some of the issues. We have dealt with some, but one of the issues we have not dealt with is the trauma. Mr. Speaker, I said it when Honorable Elachi lost the son. Mr. Speaker, we have a very angry young generation in this country. And part of the anger is on the issues that we are seeing, Mr. Speaker. And we cannot bury our heads in the sand, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let Parliament take the lead. And let us find a way of helping these young people to heal. Because, Mr. Speaker, we don't know what may come in the next few months, next year, or whatever. And furthered by the fact that we have very many young people who are jobless, who are frustrated. And if these people, I don't know what their intention is. Their intention could be fuel more harm and whatever. I don't know what their intention is. But from the young people that have spoken, it has actually created more anger. We are taking them back to the path that they would rather not walk again, but they are walking it. And we don't know at what point somebody else will fuel it again. You can't stop the media. Somebody else will fuel that anger again. And so for us to deal with it, let this Parliament take that mandate to deal. When we had post-election violence, Mr. Speaker, I was lucky to be in this Parliament, I think, where we do in that Parliament. Mr. Speaker, we set up a select committee. We walked all over this country. And because as human beings, we have a nature to forget. When we thought we had moved on, I remember in one case, we met a woman whose husband's head had been decapitated. She went to her home with the husband's head. And we are dealing with people who are angry, people who are depressed. And going there, Mr. Speaker, I remember to date when I was speaking in Parliament, I broke down and cried. Not because of me, but because of what we had. And we think we are moving on, but there are many young people who have not necessarily moved on. Mr. Speaker, personally, I would appeal, and I don't want to sit in that committee, but I would appeal that we set up a select committee to deal with this issue that stemmed not necessarily the finance bill, but the after effect of that finance bill. Mr. Speaker, I humbly agree that we deal with this soberly, and I'd want to discourage us from going through a process which we think may be politically correct, but does not necessarily move us forward as a country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Beatrice, can I ask your request for your statement?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to request for a statement regarding investigations into escalating cases of femicide and gender-based violence in Kericho County. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 44.2 Part C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding investigations into escalating cases of femicide and gender-based violence in Kericho County. Honorable Speaker, Article 26 of the Constitution guarantees the inalienable right
to life to every person, regardless of age, gender, and social status. Additionally, various statutes, including the Sexual Offences Act, Cap 63A, and the Protection Against Domestic Violence Act, Cap 151, place an obligation on the state to prevent, respond to, and provide mechanisms for reporting and prosecuting acts of gender-based violence and femicide. However, the implementation and enforcement of these laws remain inadequate to address the issues. Between July and September 2024, there were 62 reported cases of gender-based violence and femicide in Kericho County. On 14th April 2025, MS Mercy Chelangat, a 27-year-old mother of two from Kapkwen village in Kipkelion West, was allegedly stabbed by her husband during a family reconciliation meeting, an attack which occurred in the presence of other family members. MS Chelangat is currently recovering at the Kericho County Referral Hospital, along with two other family members who were allegedly injured during the incident. On 17th April 2025, barely 3 days later, MS Miriam Chelimo, a 25-year-old woman, mother of two, who was pregnant, was allegedly attacked by her husband at Kilmori Shopping Center at Kitoi Village. She was rushed to St. Vincent Hospital in Moroni, where she succumbed to her injuries. Honorable Speaker, despite the severity of these incidences and the attackers being known, there have been very few arrests and almost no successful prosecutions. The continued absence of justice violates the right to life, equality, and freedom from discrimination as enshrined in the Constitution. Notably, on 14 February 2024, this House adjourned its business under Standing Order 33-1 to address the rising femicide in the country. Additionally, a consultative meeting between the President and the women leaders from across the country culminated in the launch of the Commercial Tuluma campaign in January 2025 to address the rising cases of femicide and GBV in the country. However, femicide continued to escalate, and survivors and families of victims suffer in silence, with perpetrators are not apprehended. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following. One, the current status of investigations into the reported femicide and GBV cases in Kericho County, particularly the attacks on MS Mercy Chelangat and MS Miriam Chelimo. Two, a report on the number of reported femicide and GBV cases between July 2024 and April 2025, including steps being taken by the ministry to ensure all reported cases of femicide and GBV in Kericho County are fully investigated and prosecuted without undue delay, and indicating the reasons for the low rate of arrests and prosecutions in the Kericho County cases. Honorable Speaker, I thank you.
Tongoyo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
When can you bring a response?
I will issue the response first week on reception from the recess. First week on once we resume from recess.
Deco Baro, Garissa Town.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee of Education regarding the status of key projects at Garissa University. Honorable Speaker, Garissa University was first established as a constituent college of Moi University on the 12th August 2011 through a legal notice number 116 under the Moi University Act Cap 210A and the Garissa University College Order 2011 and attained full public university status October 23rd October 2017. In 2015, the institution, then Garissa University College, saw a period of closure following the terror attack. Although it has in recent years gradually resumed its activities with a rise in the student enrollment, which now far outstrips the capacity of the existing buildings and infrastructure and utilities. In response to the need for infrastructure for the university, the government, through the Ministry of Education and that of National Treasury, approved a proposal to construct an ultra-modern library complex housing the School of Information and Sciences, a tuition block with an auditorium, a water storage and reticulation system, and administration block. Honorable Speaker, the construction of the ultra-modern library was projected to cost 207,074,948, of which only 39,430,648 has been disbursed. The tuition block was projected to cost 372,800,000, of which only 84,942,762 has been disbursed. The water storage and reticulation system was projected to cost 26,902,000, of which only 10,468,800 has been disbursed. And the administration block was estimated to cost 518,416,664, of which only 151,200,000 has been disbursed so far. Regrettably, the monies disbursed are not the full amount as allocated in the budget, which has led to the key priority projects stalling. As a result, the students are compelled to attend lectures under trees, which is an indignity that undermines both the quality of the learning and the institution's standing. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education on the following: a detailed report on the current physical and financial status of each project, including the percentage of works completed, the contractors engaged, and the projected completion dates, an exact timeline for the release of the outstanding balances, and the measures put in place to ensure these projects are fully funded through completion. Number three, the measures put in place to ensure that there is prudent use of taxpayers' funds and the delivery of value for money by the institution and its contractors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Kainan, on the same? 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Garissa University is the only university in the entire region of northern Kenya. And Mr. Speaker, you're also familiar with the history and the circumstances of that university. I don't need to belabor this. Mr. Speaker, I thought by now, and I'm sure you're aware, that there are universities now, almost public funded universities, almost in every sub-county for an entire region, which is almost 70% of the landmass of the Republic of Kenya, with a growing population. The only university still is traveling. Students are learning under trees. We have made passionate appeal, and I'm glad that the chairman is here of education. Mr. Speaker, will I be right? Because there is no time when there's enough resources for everybody. We must sacrifice for particular groupings or regions that require those services as and when the situation demands. I want to plead with the chairman and the chairman budget to urgently put in place mechanism on a affirmative basis to assist Garissa University so that at least we can have the basic infrastructure to suit that name of being a university. Because right now, so many students have shown the desire to go to that university, and yet everything is lacking, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to plead with you, just like you have done in the past, to compel, and I know we'll also apply, and I want to plead with Honorable Deco, to put everything in perspective so that by the time we are going through the budget-making process, we insist that Garissa University must get a lion's share so that in the next financial year, students can get a conducive infrastructural environment. I support that statement, Mr. Speaker.
Chenyamai, 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I support the Honorable Decor on the fact that this is a university that must be funded. And Honorable Speaker, I would like to add something, Honorable Speaker, that we should not forget the circumstances that made this university to be closed. And this happened on the 2nd of April, 2015, where we lost 148 students, Honorable Speaker, if I'm correct on numbers. But the fact is that we lost so many students there. Honorable Speaker, as we work towards ensuring that this university gets budgetary allocations, it is extremely important, and I would like to ask Honorable Deco, Honorable Keinan, and all other members from the northern Kenya and from the eastern part of Kenya, that the people who attacked students in Garissa University originated in my own constituency, Honorable Speaker, Kitui South, in a place called South Kitui Game Reserve. And we have seen now efforts of people, politicians, taking back people into the same game reserve and ensuring that that place called Inyali, where those people were traced to, is now having, it is becoming now a settlement of people where there is no chief and where there is no assistant chief. So, Honorable Speaker, as we work on this, let this matter of security also be considered, and I support that they be given money to fund the university, but take care of security so that people do not leave my constituency, Kitui South, go all the way and kill students and affect the whole of Kenya. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Meli. When can you bring a response?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The issues raised by Honorable Deco and the two other members are very weighty, and they affect all the universities in this republic. And Honorable Speaker, I and the committee members did walk across most of the universities in the eastern part and the western part of the Rift, and we noted a number of what we call white elephant projects. We even went to Garissa and we found students under trees taking lectures. So, Honorable Speaker, because of this, we are proceeding for recess. Immediately we are back, I'll give a very detailed report, not only on Garissa, but all the universities across the Republic. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. On the same issue? Yes, Bowen.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I want to appreciate the answers given by the Honorable Chair of Education.
He has not given
that many, no, or the promise that he's going to give us soon. But Mr. Speaker, the chairman has just said that many of our universities are struggling financially. Many of our universities. But again, Mr. Speaker, we are seeing again the same ministry of Education opening some other universities. You have seen, Mr. Speaker. So even as the chairman looks into the financial constraints in this institution, Mr. Speaker, I think we need to think as a country, do we need some other more universities when these other ones, the strong universities, like Garissa University, more universities, they are going down?
Speaker, I also want to concur with the sentiment of Honorable Bowen. Honorable Speaker, the truth of the matter is that our universities are limping, and the government or the executive has no capacity to fund and sustain these universities. Probably as he comes up with that statement, we need to be very clear on what modalities, what measures are you putting in place to make sure the universities that exist remain afloat, and what measures are you going to put in place to shut down those that cannot remain afloat and have got no capacity to remain afloat. Honorable Speaker, many days, every day you see a university has been opened here, then when you go to the constituencies, they force you, can you go ask for a university? But where I sit, I know it's no longer sustainable to open new universities. We need to be very clear as a country, do we need to continue? And in any case, Honorable Speaker, even if you look at the returns from KUSIPs, you find most students who even qualify to go to university are opting for TVET instead of universities. So it's time now to start to rethink how do we manage our universities. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Melly, you will do as you have promised. Kainan?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, I wish to request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Energy regarding the extension of the national power grid from Garissa to Wajir and Mandera counties in the northern Kenya region. So it's just the same thing about the university right now. Honorable Speaker, access to electricity is a fundamental driver of socio-economic transformation and a key enabler of development. The residents of this region, Mr. Speaker, have experienced unreliable electricity in the past, and this is clearly documented, which has disrupted critical services, stifled business operations, and limits access to education and healthcare, ultimately hindering economic growth. Mr. Speaker, the extension of the national grid to northern Kenya region is therefore essential to unlocking the region's economic growth and bridging the development gap, particularly, Mr. Speaker, for Wajir and Mandera. Honorable Speaker, it's against this background that I request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Energy on the following: a report on the current status of funding, planning, and implementation of the extension of the national grid from Garissa to Wajir and Mandera counties in the northern Kenya region, including the timelines for completion. Mr. Speaker, this project has been in the pipeline since independence, Mr. Speaker, and it has never taken off. We just need to know the truth. Two, Mr. Speaker, the immediate and long-term measures the government is putting in place to ensure the residents in northern Kenya region get access to reliable and affordable power, Mr. Speaker. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the plans that the government is putting in place to address the gap in the provision of power in the region, including alternatives for provision of off-grid solar access. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Energy, Gikaria, when can you bring a response?
Honorable Speaker, if given an opportunity, we can bring after recess once you are back. Honorable Speaker, remember 2 weeks ago, the same thing was raised again here. And I think it is a very critical matter.
So you combine and bring second week.
Thank you, Honorable
after
Speaker.
Recess. Mashua Waithaka. Member for Kiambu County, Kiambu constituency.
Kiambu, yes. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. A request for statement regarding attempted land grabbing in Tinganga Ward in Kiambu constituency. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 44.2c, I wish to request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Lands regarding the attempted land grabbing targeting the family of the late Mr. Wilson Bodu in Tinganga Ward, Kiambu County. Honorable Speaker, the Bodu family has owned and resided on their 236-acre parcel of land in Tinganga Ward in Kiambu, with their ownership properly documented. The family acquired the land from the white settlers 51 years ago, and legitimate ownership is further evidenced by compensation by the government for land allocated for the development of the Kiambu-Rioki-Gewa Road. An additional compensation received for allocation of land for the Athi Water 3 pipeline easement. However, over the 2 past months, the family has faced systematic harassment through repeated summons from various state agencies, including the Directorate of Criminal Investigations and the National Land Commission, demanding explanations regarding their land acquisition. Honorable Speaker, the harassment has escalated to include unauthorized visits to the property of the family and acts of vandalism within their farm, which has disrupted their farming activities. Despite full cooperation from all official summons and investigations, which have yet yielded evidence of any impropriety, they continue to face intimidation and live in constant fear for their safety and security of tenure. Honorable Speaker, it's against this background that I request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Land regarding addressing the following. 1, reasons for the repeated summons issued to the Mbotu family by various state agencies, including specific details for any informal investigations being conducted. 2, The actions being taken to investigate and address the repeated incidents of vandalism and unauthorized access to the family's property. 3, the specific steps being taken by the ministry to protect the legitimate landowners of the Bodu family, given their documented history of ownership and previous official transactions with government agencies. And 4, the measures being implemented to protect legitimate landowners from harassment, intimidation by state officers and those interested parties in Kiambu and in the country. Honorable Speaker, I further wish to state that I read this statement on 2nd December, and on 5th December, the Land Committee invited the PS Department for Lands, Honorable Nixon Correo, to provide information regarding the matter. And the record was set straight that indeed both family do indeed own this land. Honorable Speaker, on the 22nd April of this year, around 11:30 a.m., the family alleges that officers from the DCI headquarters went to the family farm and asked them to vacate the land. It's with this, Speaker, that I seek your direction on this matter. Thank you.
Chair Lands. Any member of Lands Committee? Rachel Nyamai, can your committee bring a response after the recess?
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Second week.
I commit to inform the chair so that the response can be brought the second week after opening. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Cynthia Muge, she had approached the chair and indicated she was going out to a meeting, so her question can be deferred to tomorrow. Her request rather for statement deferred to tomorrow. Response, no, before that, Julius Olesunguli.
Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding the unfortunate incidents at Angata Barikoi in Kilgoris constituency. Mr. Speaker, sir, yesterday, Monday the 28th of April 2025, was a very sad day for Kilgoris. 6 persons, namely Mr. Paul Parsuben of Kapsinendet Village, Mwalimu Joseph Rono of Chelchel Village, Mr. Isaiah Kipkoech of Kabusa Village, Mr. Gideon Koech of Kapsinendet, and Mr. Nelson Rono of Rotka Village, all of Kilgoris constituency, lost their lives after being shot by the police officers from Angata Barikoi and Lolgorian. In addition, the Registrar of Lands Kilgoris, Mr. Chepkwesi, and several other officers and were also injured and admitted to various hospitals within the area. The incident occurred during a protest that erupted over a disputed parcel of land where the current residents are believed to be the rightful owners, having lived there as their ancestral land. The security situation in the region remains tense following this incident. Mr. Speaker, it's against this background that I request a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following matters. 1, the chairman should inform us who authorized the police officers to use live ammunition against residents who are not armed. 2, why did the registrar and surveyors go to survey land belonging to people of Angata without their consent and fully knowing that the land has a title deed? Each of those pieces of lands are owned by definitely known people. And what was the reason why they had to go and resurvey people's land? Who wants to take that land? Mr. Speaker, thirdly, why is the ministry, and I'm talking about the Ministry of Internal Security, retaining officers in Lolgorian and in Transmara South who have overstayed and they have outlived their usefulness. And now they are being used, I don't know, for some special interest. Can the chairman tell us whose interests are these officers serving, and can he consider removing them immediately? And Mr. Speaker, the government should consider ensuring that the families that have lost their people have been compensated. Mr. Speaker, I beg to request.
Kitayama.
Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa ruhusa yako naomba kumuunga mkono Mheshimiwa jirani, Mheshimiwa Sunkuli. Mheshimiwa Spika, Wazaramo wana msemo unaosema kwamba mla huliwa. Kuna matatizo mengi sana Mheshimiwa Spika ambaye yameibuka eneo hili. Na matatizo haya Mheshimiwa Spika, sisi tunashangaa kwamba mara kwa mara kilio kikubwa zaidi kinatokana wakati ambapo vyombo vya dola kwa serikali tofauti tofauti vinaingilia swala hili. Mheshimiwa Spika, juzi tu hapa mwezi wa 11 Mheshimiwa Sunkuli aliomba statement ya aina hii kwa ajili ya mambo haya, na wakati huo ilikuwa ni Angata Baragoi, Buitembe, mpakani pale. Jamii ya jirani zetu wanazozana Wakuria na Kipsigis. Mheshimiwa Spika, wakati huo ikaonekana ni jambo ambalo linahitajika lichukuliwe kwa dharura. Wewe Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kushukuru sana kwa sababu ulitoa agizo kwamba kamati ya usalama, kamati ya administration ambayo inaongozwa na rafiki yangu, ndugu yangu, jirani yangu Mheshimiwa Tongoyo, aje pale katika eneo la tukio aweze kuangalia ni nini tunaweza tukakifanya ili kwamba usalama uweze kuendelea kuwepo pale. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi ukao umenituma mimi kikazi kwenda Dubai. Nikakata safari yangu kwa siku 2 mfululizo ambazo nimerudisha hata hela ambayo ulikuwa umenipa mimi kwamba nikaweze kuwa pale. Kwa sababu jambo hili ni nyeti, nikarudi. Tukaenda katika eneo la tukio. Tukajaribu kuangalia, na kamati hiyo ni washukuru sana kwa sababu walisikiliza watu wetu na wakapata uhalisia wa mambo. Shida ambaye hata bunge hili linajua kwamba imenukuliwa kuwa imeanza tangia miaka ya kabla ya uhuru. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, ukweli ulioko ni kwamba tumekataa kama nchi kufuata haki, na tunafanya hivyo makusudi tu. Sasa Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi namuunga mkono jirani Mheshimiwa Sunkuli, na ninasikitika sana na kutoa rambirambi kwa wale familia ambao wameweza kupoteza maisha yao, jamii hizo ambazo zimepoteza mali na matatizo ambayo yanaendelea kwa katika ukanda ule. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, naomba Mheshimiwa Spika, kama nilivyosema hapo juu nikianza kwamba mla uliwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, damu ya binadamu ni damu ya binadamu. Sio vizuri Mheshimiwa Spika itoe picha nzuri, taswira yake inakuwa ni mbovu. Kwamba miezi 2 iliyopita, wiki 2-3 iliyopita, Wakuria waliuawa katika eneo hilo. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, sikuona purukushani ambaye ninaona sasa hivi. Sasa hivi maafa ambaye tunajutia yanaonekana kama ambaye ni maafa makubwa zaidi kuliko maafa yaliyofanyika kwa jamii ya Wakuria. Mheshimiwa Spika, ukanda huu unahitaji mjadala, na sio mjadala wa kupapasa. Unahitaji mjadala wa halisia kwamba eneo hili kihistoria, kwa sababu kila mtu anayezungumza mambo ya eneo hili, shambo hili, anazungumza historia. Sisi Wakuria tuna historia yetu, Kipsigis wana historia yao, Wasiria ndugu zetu, jamii ya Maa wazuri sana, majirani zetu wazuri sana, wana historia yao. Na sisi wote tunakubaliana kwamba maeneo hayo, sisi jamii zile ziko pale za Maa, Masai, Syria, Moitanic, Wasingishu na sisi Wakuria pamoja na Wakisii na wale wengine wote ambao ni kwa kununua pale, tuishi pale kwa sawia. Watu wote tuna haki, kwa sababu katiba hii inatupa haki, Mheshimiwa Spika. Sasa haipendezi kwamba hii kamati Mheshimiwa Spika, kamati ya administration hii, statement ya pili inakuja kutolewa na Mheshimiwa Sunkuli kwa swala hilo hilo. Kwani hawa watu ni wazembe, ama ni kutaka hawataki, ni kazi hawataki kufanya, ama wanafurahia Wakuria wakifa, Kipsigis wakifa, wanataka nani afe ndio waje kutatua tatizo hili? Mheshimiwa Spika, jambo hili linaudhi Mheshimiwa Spika.
Yes. Tongoyo, ni uzembe au ni kutotaka kufanya kazi? Hii ni ya lands au ni ya security? Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Of course, Honorable Speaker, knowing the importance and sensitivity of this matter, we will respond immediately on resumption from recess. But Honorable Speaker, having said this, I want to say the following. Honorable Speaker, I personally want to join...
Tongoyo, given the gravity of the matter,
yes,
and the loss of lives, is there somebody playing some gadget in the house? Who is playing a gadget in the house? Is out of order. Pardon? Yes, is that you, Kajwang? Sorry, okay. Are you able to bring a preliminary response tomorrow afternoon?
Yes, I will, Honorable Speaker.
Lives have been lost.
Yeah.
We hear of heightened tensions in the area. We saw a policeman with an arrow in his head and many other things. Can you get in touch with the interior and bring a statement tomorrow afternoon?
I will, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
But Honorable Speaker, just give me a minute to say the following. I'm much obliged, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want also to join my colleague, Honorable Sunguli, really to pass my condolences to the families who lost their loved one. As it is now, the preliminary report is that 5 lives have been lost, of 5 locals, roughly. And of course, about 4 police officers also sustained injuries, including the one you had mentioned that had an arrow that was actually had to be evacuated to get medical attention yesterday evening. As it is for now, Honorable Speaker, the IG, I want to report the IG plus the DCI are on site. There is a meeting ongoing with other leadership of Parliament also in attendance. And the situation is still a little bit calm, but the tension is still running high, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you quite remember, and my colleague had mentioned, that this House didn't instruct the committee to visit the area. And we did exactly so, Honorable Speaker. And I want to really appreciate the colleagues, members of Parliament who have failed themselves. Kitayama had just confirmed the same. And Honorable Speaker, the report is ready. We actually were just doing the final touches so that we can able to table. We were actually supposed to table this week, or probably once now we resume from recess. But Honorable Speaker, beside the issue of insecurity and the issue of insecurity, the land question is actually the major cause of all this insecurity. And it has been said repeatedly. It's an old thing of backdating around 20 or so years ago, to include even what Kitayama talking about 1940 something, when actually before even the independence. But I don't want to go deeper into it. It will be captured and we can able to see in the report. And we were even lucky then when we visited, we took even the police car to enable the police officers to patrol the area and respond to the distress call. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to say that we can able to have the preliminary report, but I want to report to the country that as it is, the IG and the DCI are on the site trying to calm the situation, and it's a little bit under control. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Members, and just like I talked to the honorable members from Baringo, and I'm happy to see Maclap and his neighbor sitting together. I wish Kamket was also with you. Try members of parliament from the area, Kitayama, yourself, Sunguli, Johanna Ngeno. You're going on recess for a full month. Go to the ground and pacify communities. Go to the ground and speak to our people. One life lost is one too many. And bring them together so that we can see peace across the length and the breadth of our country. James Koyo. Korere hiyo nimepita. Yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of Departmental Committee of Agriculture and Livestock regarding the position of the leasing program of the state-owned sugar farms. Honorable Speaker, the Kenya sugar subsector plays a vital role in the agricultural sector and the Kenyan economy. The industry contributes to food security, employment creation, regional development, and improved livelihoods for more than 8 million Kenyans. The Kenya sugar industry comprises of 16 milling factories with an installed capacity of 41,000 tons capacity per day, 5 of which are public owned. The public mills are Chemeli Sugar Company, Miwani Sugar Company Receivership, Moroni Sugar Company Receivership, Nzoia Sugar Company, South Nyanza Sugar Company, and Mumia Sugar Company, where the National Treasury is the single largest shareholder. Honorable Speaker, as part of a new revitalization plan, the government of Kenya initiated the process of leasing 5 public sugar farms, including Chemeli Sugar Company, Moroni Sugar Company in my constituency, Nzoia Sugar Company, South Nyanza Sugar Company, and Miwani Sugar Company also in my constituency to private investors for modernization, for the purpose of modernization, efficient management, and increased productivity. Whereas the public was assured of a transparent and open process that would meet the expectations and aspirations of stakeholders and the Kenyan taxpayers in value addition. The exercise has since appeared to have been driven to extreme secrecy, which has contributed to the failure for the targeted industry to gain operationalization stability as envisaged. This has raised concern among farmers in the sugar belt, and the outcome of the resolution for the exercise will affect the livelihood which is dependent on sugar cane farming. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Department Committee of Agriculture and Livestock on the following. 1, status on the position of the leasing program of the state-owned sugar farms, particularly Moroni Sugar Company and Chemeli Sugar Company, and also the status of Miwani Sugar Company, which together with Moroni are under the same receivership. And during the advertisement for the so-called leasing program, Miwani Sugar Company was also listed listed for leasing, but has since been quietly hived out for a process that will canvass at a later date. The criteria that was used in tender evaluation regarding the leasing program of Moroni Sugar Company and Chemeli, since these are public properties, everything about them is public. We want whoever is concerned to come out with a program, make it public, and tell the public this is what we wanted, this is why this company that tender did not meet the threshold, and this is why this so and so met this threshold. The composition of tender committees that consider the leasing exercise and the recommendations they made, everything is being done in secrecy, and we are fear, the people here fear that the political class has hijacked the process and is determining it on their own and on their own consideration. And I'm telling you, Honorable Speaker, at the time of tabling, asking this question in Parliament, the constituency where these factories are volatile. The workers are already demonstrating. The farmers are going to join them. The businessmen are soon.
Your acceptance was to read the statement that I approved, not to debate it. Have you finished? Yes, don't engage in extra statements.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I suggest this, that I ask the chairman of departmental committee to come with a statement and make sure it is a statement that will meet the expectations of the public. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Carole Omondi, you want to joyride on that?
Yes, Honorable Speaker. On 27 September 2023, you did direct the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury to write to me explaining the efforts made by National Treasury to recover and protect the nucleus estate of Miwani Sugar Company, in particular, LR number 7545/3, which is about 11,000 hectares. This matter, I believe, is still alive because I have in my hands here a letter dated 11th April 2022 from the PS Agriculture, reference MOALD/legal/18C to the Director General, Kenya Sugar Board, asking that Kenya Sugar Board and Miwani Sugar Company and some other people in court enter into a consent. We have a copy of the consent also here, proposed consent, and I have not received any communication from Treasury as to what they are doing about this particular land. And I believe your directives are not issued in vain. So it is part of this, and I would be happy to get a statement.
Clerk, follow up so that the response covers both the concerns of Honorable Koyo and Honorable Carole Omondi. Yes, Mele, on the same issue?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, what Honorable Koyo and Honorable Carole Omondi raised is a very pertinent issue, especially in the sugar belt. My constituency and the constituency of Honorable Koyo are actually, we serve the three factories. We serve Moroni, Chemelil, and Miwani. And in fact, these factories are actually public entities, and we allow the government for the reforms, but the reforms should be transparent. It should be, the people should be involved, and more importantly, there should be public participation on the several process that is going on. But the other day, Honorable Speaker, we heard that a new investor is coming in, and in fact, in the grapevines from the farmers, that they are going to make these existing mills to be collection centers for sugarcane, which is actually putting everybody in jittery. So, Honorable Speaker, we are asking that this be treated with the urgency it deserves, so that the public does not lose anything. Thank you.
Response on the same issue of sugar? No, we don't have any something else on the order paper. Responses, education and health. Who is responding to Abdi Shuria? Is Shuria in the house? Okay. Oh yes, agriculture. Where is the chairman? Ferdinand, yes, you are a member of that committee. Can you discuss with your chairman and bring a response?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I
First
think
week after recess.
it's very important after the recess. May I get the information so I can be able to have a meeting? Because sugar is very important, and I think we even made a tour in that region. So I think we can give a response after recess.
Thank you.
2 weeks after recess.
Education and health. Is Honorable Sharia in the house? He's not. Were you ready with the response?
I'm ready. Honorable Speaker.
It is a joint statement.
Yes, it is a joint response. Honorable Speaker, as directed by your office, we did had a joint sitting with the Health Committee, and we co-chaired with Honorable Nyekal.
But to be fair to Sharia,
yes.
But
I want to give a brief because
yes.
we have no report as of now, because we expect to bring the report in the next, immediately we are back from recess.
Isn't it better to do it when he's here?
So maybe...
do it tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Clerk, release this for tomorrow morning so that that explanation can be given. Administration and Internal Security to Innocent Mugabe. Tongoyo. You have a statement to give? Your response to a request by Innocent Mugabe, MP for Likuyani.
I'm ready, Honorable
You're
Speaker.
ready? Go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, with your permission, maybe before I respond to this, I've got another 3 statements that were responded to by the CS when he appeared before the committee.
Yes.
One by Honorable Daniel Manduku, who was also in the meeting with the CS. Another one by Honorable Ali Wario, who was equally there. And another one by Honorable Victor Koech. And I will kindly ask to have it tabled.
Are they in the, you're just tabling?
Yeah, just
Those
tabling.
ones you can just table.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Then proceed to.
On response to the statement being sought by Honorable Member of Parliament for Likuyani constituency, Honorable Innocent Mugabe, on the clashes between the police and the residents of the Likuyani constituency, and in particular, the Member of Parliament sought the following information: a report on the status of investigation into the death of Sydney Fugigi Culture and the reasons for the delay in arresting Mr. Simon Ashibira immediately to prevent the public agitation and unrest in the community. 2, a report of the investigation into the death of Miss Dorcas Naliaka Wanjala and Miss Sarah Toshia, and including the step taken to apprehend the police officers who used the live ammunition against unarmed civilians. Thirdly, the measures put in place to prevent the use of live ammunition during demonstration and the adoption of the alternative non-lethal methods of crowd control. And 4, the step being taken by the ministry to compensate the families of the deceased person. And I want to respond as follows. On that March, during a local funeral event, a disagreement arose between Simeon Ashibira, the community policing chairman of Zoya Division, and the late Sydney Fugigi, a grave digger. The conflict was triggered when the family of the deceased expressed concern about the Sydney's presence, alleging that he might steal from their guest based on past experience. And consequently, they requested the Ashibira to be removed from the homestead. The Sydney left the event visibly unsettled and disgruntled. On the 4th March, the Sydney visited Ashibira's home to confront him over the perceived embarrassment at the funeral, and a heated exchange ensued, during which Sydney allegedly made threatening remarks, prompting Ashibira to forcefully remove him from his compound. And reports indicate that this act of removal resulted in an alleged assault on the Sydney. Later, Sydney was found unconscious approximately 3 kilometers from the Ashibira's home, suffering from a head injury and bleeding. Police officers, with the help of the members of the public, rushed him to Mabushi Health Center for initial retreatment before referring him to the Kitale County Referral, and unfortunately succumbed to his injuries on the 9th. Following the incident, Simon Ashibira, age 75, and his son, Victor Ashibira, age 42, who is known to be mentally unstable, were taken into police custody and arraigned in court. On the 10th, Butali Law Court approved their remand at Likoni Police Station for 21 days, pending the completion of his investigation. A postmortem examination conducted on the 20th at MTRH Eldoret confirmed that Sydney Fugigi died due to head trauma caused by a blunt object, and the case is pending before the court. On the second question, the death of Sydney Fugigi provoked outrage among residents who blamed Simon Ashibira, a 47-year-old lawyer male and a community policing chairman of Zoya Division, for the assault that led to his demise. Approximately 100 irate members of the community gathered and made a procession toward the Ashibira's homestead with the intent to kill him and his family before setting his house on fire. police officers from Likuyani sub-county swiftly responded to the scene to contain the situation. Upon arrival, the police attempted to engage the crowd through dialogue, but the situation escalated as the mob grew more violent, hurling stones at the police officers in an effort to prevent them from protecting the targeted family. In an attempt to disperse the hostile crowd, the officers fired blank rounds, but they were quickly overwhelmed. Reinforcement from Moi Bridge Police Station was called in, successfully facilitating the evacuation of Ashibira and his family. The evacuation further agitated the crowd, which then turned its aggression toward the officers, injuring several in the process. Additionally, 4 brick houses were torched and property of unknown value belonging to the Shibira and his family was looted by the enraged mob. During the altercation, police officers fired both blank and the live rounds and multiple tear gas canisters. As a result, 2 female adults, Sarah Boez, 21, and Dorcas Naliaka, 25, sustained vital injuries. Several government vehicles were also damaged in the chaos, including a Matunda Police Station, Ford Ranger, GKB 149Y, with a smashed windscreen and damaged doors. An APS Likuyani Land Cruiser with a smashed windscreen and dented driver's door. And the DCC Likuyani Land Cruisers GKA 41H with a shattered windscreen and a dented passenger's door. The injured police officers were taken to various hospitals, treated, and later discharged in stable condition. The bodies of the deceased were taken to the MTRH mortuary in Eldoret, where post-mortem examination were conducted. Investigation into the vital injuries of the Sarah, Boaz, and Dorcas are ongoing, led by the Kakamega County Criminal Investigation Officer. Additionally, all firearms issued to the officers on duty that day during the incident has been collected for ballistic analysis at the DCI Forensic Laboratory, where the results are still pending. Upon conclusion of investigation, the officers who will be found capable of any offense related to the unfortunate vital killing of the deceased persons will be arraigned in court to face appropriate charges. On the third question, Honorable Speaker, to prevent use of live ammunition during demonstration and promote the adoption of alternative non-lethal methods of crowd control, the National Police Service has put measures in place with aim to minimize the use of live ammunition while ensuring effective crowd management, safeguarding both public safety and the right of demonstration. And they include, of course, several of them: policy and legal framework, the training and capacity building. Yeah, that's what I'm doing, Honorable Speaker. Deployment of non-lethal equipment, improvement of command and control, enhancement, public engagement, and community policing. And Honorable Speaker, on the last question, on the step being taken by the ministry, is that the ministry has no vote. That is on the compensation of the deceased. Honorable Speaker, unfortunately, we don't have a vote for the compensation of the victim. And I submit, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Innocent Mugabe, are you satisfied?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. But I must say that the statement is not satisfactory at all. First, from the incident, the young man Sydney was assaulted on 3rd, and the people who took him to hospital are the police. And the police did nothing to arrest the person who assaulted Sydney. And they knew that person, and that person continued walking freely in the community until 9th, when Sydney passed on. It was prudent for the police to arrest the assaulter as Sydney goes to hospital.
The assailant.
The assailant. As Sydney was taken to hospital. And by the mere fact that this person was not arrested and no action was taken against him, when Sydney died, that is when the community reacted. So my question is, why didn't the police arrest Mr. Ashibira, and they knew that he's the one who had assaulted Sydney, to wait until Sydney dies to escalate the matters? So they have not explained on that part and the action that will be taken against the people in charge. Number two, we had quite a number of police officers who came to manage the crowd. He has explained that the crowd was for around only 100 people. Then why use live ammunition on two young girls who are not even part of the crowd that was demonstrating? And even the community know the policeman who shot the two ladies. So when you tell us about ballistic analysis and all that, to us we don't take it kindly, because the person who shot the ladies is known. Why are you not taking action against that police officer? Number two, even if you're doing ballistic analysis, how long does the analysis take? And as we speak, these are lives lost, families are bereaved, and we are talking about some analysis that is taking ages. No action has been taken against the police officers, the police officer who shot on the two ladies. Thank you.
Umesikia vile umeulizwa? Unaweza kujibu?
Yeah, Mheshimiwa Speaker. And I think that is a report as presented to us by the ministry. Maybe can able to sort a follow-up question, a clarification
Has
on the
anybody
issue
been
raised.
charged out of
Yeah.
this incident? Innocent Mugabe, has anybody been arraigned in court out of this?
Yeah.
Give him the mic.
Yes, Mr. Simon Ashibira and his son were arrested.
And they have been taken to court.
They were taken to court.
And there's a case pending.
Yes.
So I'll be reluctant to encourage any further discussions in case you prejudice the prosecution of the criminal case. What do you think?
But
you have made the point by highlighting the issue. Yeah, but if it's a matter that is now pending before a criminal court, it's up to you.
You know, there are two matters.
Yes.
One for Sydney, the assailant has been taken to court. But for the two ladies, they were shot by a police officer through live ammunition.
Who has not been taken action?
Yes, there's no action that has been taken on that front.
Yes, Tomboyo?
Honorable Speaker, I first want to appreciate that.
Did the ladies die or they were just injured?
No, they died.
They died.
They
From
died,
the
yes.
report, they died. I think the part that is not complete is the issue of the police officers being arraigned in court. And I think it's probably waiting the ballistic to confirm the rifle that discharged the bullet that killed the deceased. So, Honorable Speaker, maybe we give it a bit of time, and maybe once we resume again, we can sort maybe a follow-up response to the same.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to make a very general comment that I think there should be something wrong with the police that when you call the police, like what happened in Mikoris and what happened in this case, where the police, there's no discipline at all. I think police are just acting haphazardly. I don't know what we can do to have discipline so that if they are called upon to quell any disturbances, they are orderly. And from what you are saying is that somebody just haphazardly shot. What happened there, could recall, is where 5 people are killed. It's just because they're just haphazard. The Speaker, I think we should do something, and the police force must actually be disciplined enough to quell whatever disturbance they are in a place, other than having, whenever they go, they are going to kill people. I don't know how we can go about it, but I think I'm personally getting very disturbed But this, if we don't have to say something about it, it's getting out of hand, to speak.
Bowen, on the same issue? Yes. Bowen?
Mr. Speaker, mine also is just a general comment, Mr. Speaker. We have seen, I don't know, Mr. Speaker, we need to have the chair of security to seriously sit down with our heads of police, the IG and the security team, Mr. Speaker, because there is a serious disconnect between the people, the citizens, and police, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, some few months ago, you saw a crowd of people actually chopping a hand of a policeman somewhere in Narok because of an accident or an incident which happened somewhere. You saw yesterday, there were 5 people who were killed by police. The case of the in Lukuyani and many other parts in the country, Mr. Speaker. I think there is need for a police to come up with a policy on how they can have the policemen work with the Wananchi very well. And then number 2, Mr. Speaker, we need also to sensitize our people to respect the law enforcement officers, Mr. Speaker, because I look at it that at a point where a policeman is threatened and his life is in danger, that's a time they use their firearm. And by so doing, Mr. Speaker, sometimes even killing innocent people. So as a country, Mr. Speaker, I think we need to look on how we can have our police work together and provide, security and service to our people, and also on the side of the citizens to obey the law enforcement officers.
Yes, Oundo, on the same issue?
Honorable Speaker, what happened in Honorable Mugabe's place, Likuyani, is a cultural practice amongst the Luya called, in where I come from, it's called Osola, which in say translated means to revenge against a confirmed assailant who causes death. Honorable Speaker, I had a similar crisis in my constituency about 3 weeks ago. Luckily enough, we didn't lose any lives, but we lost a lot of property. And there was no even that injury to the police. Only 8 policemen were dispatched out of a crowd of about 200 people. That's why we are saying that probably the police service needs to study the cultural context of such kind of eventualities and know how to manage. Because sending 8 policemen to control 200 people who are intent on exerting revenge, you are actually putting the life of the policemen in danger, and you are not protecting the affected families. It's a debate that the police service needs to have, because the level of anger by the people against anything looking like government is so heavy, is so deep, that as a country must have that discourse at the earliest moment possible. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, and the chair is listening, we are going to have fatalities, both from the civilians and the police, whenever any confrontation, any issue arises. It's a debate that we cannot put under the carpet. We must have it now and not later. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm actually listening to Honorable Oundo, and he's saying this is a debate we may have before there are fatalities. The day after tomorrow, I'm burying my cousin, who is a police officer who was beaten by the public in Bomet. So it's actually a reality. It's called Samuel Orina. We are burying him, and we buried my uncle last week, the same home. And Mr. Speaker, there were sent 2 people, 2 policemen.
You must also have seen a policeman under excruciating pain with an arrow lodged in his head.
Yes. You can imagine, Mr.
These
Speaker.
policemen are also your children.
Yeah. So, Mr. Speaker, you find that in reality this happens. We must find a way of dealing with this, because normally in the house we talk like it's something that happens somewhere. Me, I'm telling you, my first cousin, we are burying him the day after tomorrow. He was killed in Bomet. He was beaten, he was left for dead. He went and died of injuries about a week ago. So it's something that is no longer theoretical. You need to deal with it seriously.
Tongo, you hear that? Yes.
Kindly give me the mic. Honorable Speaker, I really want to associate with the sentiment of the members, but Honorable Speaker is just fair enough to say that police officers are also human beings. They are fathers, they are wives, and many a times, Honorable Speaker, as much as we normally, it's easy to condemn the police officer when they're in the wrong. Very rarely do we really appreciate and recognize them when they do good. We just see them when they fail. But once, Honorable Speaker, they do right, or of course they do even deterrent of crime, or even those who are actually in our borders to keep us here safe, we hardly appreciate them. That is an unfortunate reality. I'm not defending those rogue officers who may be a little bit go and against the ethics and the provision to you to kill innocent citizens. But equally, the citizens must at all time, Honorable Speaker, not take the law in their own hand. So that is what I have to say. That is why we have the community policing, so that we can able to close the gap that does exist, Honorable Speaker.
Sigay. Honorable Sigay.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to request you, Mr. Speaker, about a statement I issued. I asked for
You issued or you requested?
I asked for a requested for a statement from the chairperson of Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives regarding the Kenya Cooperative Creameries in Sotik. Mr. Speaker, this issue has been pending for a very long time, and I'm requesting, Mr. Speaker, that if possible, you can be able to bring forward this.
When did you ask a request
February.
for a statement?
February.
In February, two
Yes.
months ago. Majority Leader is not here. Millie, inform the Chair Agriculture, if possible, to bring the response tomorrow afternoon. It's been pending for 2 months. Next order. Before we go to order number 8. Oh, sorry, we have Chair Broadcasting is in the house. Yes, Nanok. Do you have your statement ready? Give him the mic.
Yes, Speaker, I have it ready.
Yes.
But Speaker, looking at the attendance in this chamber and considering the kind of communication I would want to...
You can do so tomorrow morning.
For sure.
Yes.
As long as there would be good attendance so that most of the members can pick the information.
Yes.
Thank you.
Proceedings are recorded.
Thank you.
Allow Honorable Nanok to issue that statement tomorrow in the morning proceedings. Next. Honorable members, before we go to order number 8, which is a committee of the whole, allow me to give this guidance on proposed amendments to the Social Protection Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2025. Now, members, before the House proceeds to the next order, which is consideration of the Social Protection Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2025 and the VAT, Value Added Tax Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 11 of 2025. In the committee of the whole House, I wish to provide guidance with respect to consideration of some of the amendments proposed by individual members. Honorable members, as you are aware, it is now established practice under the Constitution that when considering any matter that has a financial implication, The House is bound by the provisions of Article 114(2) of the Constitution. For clarity, Article 114(2) of the Constitution provides that, and I quote, if, in the opinion of the Speaker, a motion makes provisions for a matter listed in the definition of a money bill, the Assembly may proceed only in accordance with the recommendation of the relevant committee after taking into account the views of the Cabinet Secretary for Finance. In this regard, honorable members, as you will notice that in today's order paper, the member for Funyula, Honorable Dr. Ojambo Oundo, MP, has proposed amendments to the Social Protection Bill Social Protection Bill 2025. He is proposing to amend clauses 2 and 31 and introduce new clauses 30A and 30B in the bill, or relating to establishment functions and membership of social protection committees in each sub-county. I have analyzed these amendments and noted that they contain proposals touching on matters listed in the definition of a money bill pursuant to the provisions of Article 114(2) of the Constitution. This means, honorable members, that such proposal may only be proceeded if there is concurrence of the National Treasury through the Departmental Committee on Social Protection. In the absence of evidence that the amendments were processed in the manner contemplated in Article 114 of the Constitution, the Speaker is left with no choice but to direct that the Committee of the Whole House shall not consider any of the amendments or parts of the amendments that have been published in the order paper without a disclaimer. Honorable members, Committee of the Whole House on the Social Protection Bill 2025 will therefore proceed without referring the proposed amendments by the Honorable Oundo, and will be considered as though the amendments have been withdrawn. The House is accordingly guided. Next order. Oundo, unasikia hiyo? Yes. No comment. I've just given direction. I'm not inviting you to comment to that. Next order.
Order number 8, Committee of the Whole House.
Standing.
Order members, we are in the Committee of the Whole House. We have 2 bills to deal with. One is Social Protection Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2025, and the Value Added Tax Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 11 of 2025. So we start with the Social Protection Bill.
Clause 3.
I propose the question that clause 3 be part of the bill. There's an amendment, Chair. Majority Leader or Chair?
Okay, thank you.
Chair is in the house.
Okay, Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 3 be amended as indicated on the order paper. Honorable Chair, Article Justification, Article 43(3) of the Constitution mandate the state to provide appropriate social security to persons who are unable to support themselves and their dependent. Further, it is not financially tenable to caution all persons in need against risk and contingencies throughout their life cycle as currently provided on the bill.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable members, I now propose the question that clause 3 is amended. That clause 3 be amended as proposed by the chair. Any interest in this? I don't see any interest. Yes, there is interest. Honorable Tom Kajwang, Raraka. Or honorable members, any member who is interested in making comments on the amendments, please go to the intervention. And if you are not interested, please remove your cards. So Honorable Tom Kajwang, please remove your card. Honorable Sarah Korere, Laikipia North, please remove your card. Honorable members, I put the question that clause 3 as amended be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 3 as amended be part of the bill. As many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 4 and 5.
I put the question that clause 4 and 5. I propose the question that clause 4 and 5 be part of the bill. There be no amendment. I put the question that clause 4 and 5 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
I propose the question that clause 6 be part of the bill. Chair, you have an amendment.
Yes. Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 6 be amended as indicated on the order paper. The justification of this is a replacement of the word may with shall will abrogate the county government to implement national government policies on social protection through county-specific registration and strategies as opposed to making it optional as currently provided in the bill.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable James Nikal, do you have interest in this? Let me first of all propose the question. I propose the question that clause 6 be amended as proposed by the chairperson. Honorable Nikal.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to support this amendment. Social protection, Chair, is actually important. As of now, there is a lot of disconnect between what is happening at national level and at the county level. And actually, there is duplication. So I think this amendment actually will create the link that is required and even give provision for the counties to actually look at ways that they'll do. This is actually more appropriate to them. Therefore, I support.
Thank you, Honorable Nikal. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 6 be amended as proposed by the chairperson. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 6 be amended as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? Honorable members, will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 7 and 8.
I propose the question that clause 7 and 8 be part of the bill. No amendment, so I put the question that clause 7 and 8 be part of the bill. As many as of that opinion say aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 9.
I propose the question that clause 9 be part of the bill. Honorable Nganga, you have an amendment, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I beg to move that clause 9 be amended as indicated in the order paper. These amendments seek to ensure that the statutory mandate of existing ministries, department, directorate, state corporation, trust, or other agencies of the government are not interfered with or affected by operation of the National Board for Social Protection.
Thank you, Chair. I now put the question. I now propose the question that clause 9 be amended as proposed by the chairperson. Any interest in this? Professor Waudo, member for Funyula.
Chair, the amendment under B does not clearly come out clearly, Honorable Chair, because what happened, I really don't foresee, probably the chair could explain a little bit, what problem are they trying to cure? Because by saying that despite Section 1, nothing in this act confers upon the board the power to perform functions that are under the mandate of other government ministries, departments, trusts, or agencies. I cannot fathom how a board can undertake a function that's not within their remit. Yet, I don't understand which other ministry or department that has got the powers or the authority to undertake social protection services. Because the way the
I
act
think
is
you have made
framed-
your point. You've made
Thank you,
your
Chair.
point. Honorable Chair, would you kindly explain
Yeah,
the
thank you very
rationale
much.
for 9B?
Thank you very much. We needed to clarify, Honorable Chair, because we see most of the time there are boards that are, when they're executing their mandate and they refer, that mandate is being undertaken by another board on another department. I was sitting with the Committee of Social Protection with Honorable Nyikal, and we realize even with the department that we oversight, there are those ones who are oversighting other departments that they are not supposed to be. So this one is creating that problem to specifically deal with their mandates.
Thank you. I give a chance now to the Honorable Member for Seme.
Chair, this is, I rise to support this because it's the definition of social protection. To a large extent, when we talk of social protection, people actually see cash transfers. People don't realize that even SHA, health insurance, is social protection. Agricultural subsidy is a social protection. School feeding is also social protection. So without putting that, but I think there is also further on means for cooperation without bringing that. So that conflict always occurs if one is not careful.
Thank you.
I support.
Thank you, Honorable Nyikal. I now put the question that clause 9 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it. I will now put the question that clause 9 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it.
Clause 10.
I propose the question that clause 10 be part of the bill. Mover, chairperson.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 10 be amended as indicated on the order paper. This inclusion of the principal secretary dealing with children matters in the board is critical in ensuring that this vulnerable yet significant and populous proportion of the nation is accorded due regards and consideration, considering that matters affecting children welfare are broad, delicate, and precise.
Thank you, Chair. I propose the question that clause 10 be amended as proposed by the chairperson. There be no interest. I now put the question that clause 10 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it. I now put the question that clause 10 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it.
Clauses 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, and 27.
Thank you. I propose the question that clauses 11 to 27 be part of the bill. There being no amendments, I now put the question that clauses 11 to 27 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? There is have it.
Clause 28.
I propose the question that clause 28 be part of the bill. Chair, you have an amendment.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 28 be amended as indicated on the order paper. The justification is most caregivers who give care to children, persons with disability, and other vulnerable persons have no source of income since they are engaged with the vulnerable care receivers, typically on a daily basis, and as such are deserving of social protection intervention.
Thank you, Chair. I propose the question that clause 18 be amended as proposed by the chair. I see the honorable members, I would like to take that again. I propose the question that clause 28 be amended as proposed by the chairperson. The Honorable Professor Oundo.
Chair, it might be well intentioned, but it has got all the hallmark of fraud being committed. You will have a hallmark of people who will become professional caregivers just to live and hang on the vulnerable persons, unpaid, deficient, and supported caregivers. Already, if he's deserving to be, for social protection, why can the so-called caregiver and supported and paid deficient caregiver become a beneficiary of social protection? I foresee here a situation, Honorable Chair, of those guys who will just hang around these people and pretend and purport to be caregivers without any formal training or without even being in need for social protection. I want to ask the chair to relook at it. This, we are setting a dangerous precedence. Thank you, Chair.
Well, let's give other people a chance. The Honorable David Bowen, member for Marakwet East.
Madam Chair, with due respect to my good friend, the Honorable Chair Alice, this amendment is not very good, Madam Chair, because like the Honorable Undo have just said, this is subject to abuse. Unless it is clearly defined elsewhere, these caregivers, Honorable Chair, I don't think the Honorable Chair, Honorable Alice, if you can drop this amendment, and then we can relook it later when it is clearly defined.
The Honorable James Nikal.
The origin of this is when we're dealing with severely disabled persons. Actually, at the beginning, the onset was, who are you supporting? The caregiver or the severely disabled person? That generated the issue of caregivers. And I believe in this law, there is a clear definition. And in the procedure, I think we should make sure that in the procedure and the regulations, a caregiver is defined, is one person. It's not all the people who sit with you. It's a one person who is taking care of you. That is what is intended here. I support it with that provision. Otherwise, it can be abused, but with that provision, it can work.
Thank you, Honorable Nikal. I would like to give a final opportunity to the chair before I put the question.
Honorable Chair, when it comes to the regulations, we are going to regulate and define who is a caregiver, because at the end of the day, what we saw, Chair, these people are always giving care to to the vulnerable, but nobody even cares about them. If we can define who they are, and they are trained. By the way, they are trained, because you cannot deal with a child with cerebral palsy, or you deal with a child who is totally disabled, and yet you are not yet trained to do so. So these people, nobody talks about them, and that's why we are talking about them in this bill.
Honorable members, I'll now go ahead and put the question that clause 28 be amended as proposed by the chairperson. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 28 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 29.
I propose the question that clause 29 be part of the bill. We have an amendment. Chairperson, Honorable Nganga.
Honorable Chair, I beg clause 29 be amended as indicated on the order paper. The Honorable Chair, this amendment is meant to ensure that the need of persons with disabilities such as autism, cerebral palsy, or any other form of disability, as well as others vulnerable persons, access free, subsidized essential drugs, personal care, goods such as diapers, and various assistive devices, as it means to mitigate their varied circumstances.
Thank you, Chair. I propose the question that clause 29 be amended as proposed by the chairperson. I do not see any interest in this, so I'll go ahead and put the question that clause 29 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 29 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 30.
I propose the question that clause 30 be part of the bill. There be no amendment. I now put the question that clause 30 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 31.
I propose the question that clause 31 be part of the bill. We have an amendment, Chairperson.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 31 be amended as indicated on the order paper. This clause, Honorable Chair, this amendment is meant to compel the board to respond to a social protection application within a set timeline of 60 days. Currently, there is no timeline set in this bill. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I propose the question that clause 31 be amended as proposed by the Chair. I do not see any interest. I now put the question that clause 31 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 31 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 32.
I propose the question that clause 32 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 32 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 33.
I propose the question that clause 33 be part of the bill. We have an amendment. Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 33 be amended as indicated on the order paper. Honorable Chair, this amendment is meant to accord social protection applicants who may wish to appeal the board's decision rejecting their application opportunity to approach the Cabinet Secretary as an optional appeal avenue or appeal directly to the High Court. This is because many vulnerable persons may not be sufficiently resourceful to make a direct appeal to the High Court due to the existing vulnerability. An application whose appeal to the Cabinet Secretary is possible for social protection will be at liberty to further appeal to the High Court if the applicant so wishes. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I propose the question that clause 33 be amended as proposed by the chairperson. I now put the question that clause 33 be amended as proposed by the chairperson. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 33 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, and 56.
I propose the question that clauses 34 to 56 be part of the bill. There be no amendments. I now put the question that clauses 34 to 56 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
The schedule.
I propose the question that the schedule be part of the bill. There is an amendment? There is no amendment. I now put the question that the schedule be the schedule of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I propose the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. There is no amendment, so I now put the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Title.
I propose the question that the title be the title of the bill. There be no amendment. I now put the question that the title be the title of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Title. Clause 1.
I propose the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. There be no amendment. I now put the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. I now put the question that the title be the title of the bill. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable Chairperson. Understand it is the majority leader. Please proceed.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Social Protection Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2025, and its approval thereof with amendments.
Thank you, Majority Leader. I now put the question that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Social Protection Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2025, and its approval thereof with amendments. Will as many as have that opinion say aye? Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Members, we are now going to move to the next bill, which is now going to be handled by the Majority Leader. The Value Added Tax Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 11 of 2025. Majority Leader.
Honorable Chair, want to beg your indulgence because having consulted the chair of the Finance Committee, they are currently in a meeting with the Kenya Revenue Authority, still deliberating on some of the effects of this, the amendments that were proposed in this amendment bill. Therefore, beg your indulgence that we do adjourn committee on the consideration of that particular bill until the Finance Committee finalizes with their report.
Honorable members, the request by the Majority Leader is assented to.
The chairperson to report to the House.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Social Protection Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2025, and approved the same with amendments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The mover to move agreement with the report.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Social Protection Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2025, and also request the Honorable Hillary to second the motion, the Vice Chair of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I second. The honorable member members, I propose the question. This House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Social Protection Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2025. Oh, there is no interest. For the convenience of the House, the question will be put to a future date when it will be next scheduled by the House Business Committee for consideration. Next order.
Order number 9, motion, discharge of the Public Transport Motorcycle Regulation Bill, Senate Bill number 38 of 2023.
Is that Honorable TJ Kajwang moving on behalf of the committee? Ranking member.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, I have the pleasure to have been delegated by the Chair of Transport and Infrastructure to move the bill as in the order paper for the discharge of the Senate Amendment Bill, which is before us. Mr. Speaker, we want to create a precedence on how this House can relate to the other House. A bill which emanates from the other House.
The Honorable TJ Kajwang, the House has not had you move before you start debating. So would you begin by moving?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I move the motion as is in the order paper in motion number 8. Suppose it's 8, is it? Thank you.
Yeah, the Honorable T.J. Kajwang, do you have the standing order with you? And I know you are the order paper. Kindly pass the order paper to Honorable T.J. Kajwang is an old member.
Yes. And obviously, Honorable Kangogo cannot pretend to know more of the standing orders than I. But I think it is because I did not have the order paper in my hands. And so, Mr. Speaker, that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 127.5, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the motion for the discharge of the Public Transport Motorcycle Regulation Bill, Senate number 38 of 2023. That notwithstanding the provisions of Order 127.5 and taking into consideration the request from the Senate for withdrawal of the Public Transport Motorcycle Regulation Bill, Senate Bill number 38 of 2023, this House resolves to discharge the Public Transport Motorcycle Regulation Bill, Senate Bill number 38 of 2023 from the second reading. I so move. Mr. Speaker, the gist of this motion is simply to create a legal infrastructure on how we conduct business in the other House and in this House. A bill emanating from that House, having been processed and considered and passed by the Senate, is referred to this House for reciprocal consideration. When it lands in this House, it ceases to be the property of the Senate. It is the property of this House. And how to deal with it and how to process it remains the province of this House under the relevant standing orders. But something happened in the process by which this bill was processed that is new in this jurisprudence, that a member having Honorable Boni Halwale, who is a majority leader in that house, proposed a bill as an individual member's bill. Then when it landed in this house, then he sought by way of letter to withdraw that bill when it was in this house. Now, Speaker, faced with that circumstance, did not, for want of creating relationship, having a mutual relationship between that house and this house, in the Speaker's communication, which was read the other day, found that he was very sympathetic to that member, but that member of the Senate could not withdraw what is before this house. And so, in the best interest and in the best advice of the Speaker, that therefore we have a motion before us so that this house should express itself one way or the other. Because we do not have the standing orders that is allowing a senator who has already processed his bill to come and withdraw something before us. That can only come by action of the majority leader. Now, Honorable Speaker, we need to structure, we need to regulate this border business. Everybody accepts. Because it is a big problem, it is a time bomb in our hands. You go to several jurisdictions, I was in Doha last week, you don't see a single border on the streets. Nothing, not even one, except for the service providers like the e-hailing and things that help the society do their things. But you go to India, there are all those borders on the streets. In fact, somebody has a whistle, the traffic officer has a whistle and puts a line to be able to stop the two-wheelers. Now that is happening here in Kenya. And it is going in almost in all jurisdictions in East Africa. You go to Uganda in the neighborhood in Kampala, there are all those borders. The next you go to 9th floor in Kenyatta Hospital. It is a hospital for bones broken by motorcycles. You drive along these roads, it is more dangerous on your left-hand side than on the right-hand side, because a motorcycle will appear somehow on the left-hand side before you know it. And so everybody understands that we need to regulate this sector. But on the other side of the flip coin, it is the source of revenue of our young people. It is also an employment facility for our young people to be employed, gainfully employed. They get revenue, they get their hard-earned living as a result of this. So that is not disputed. But it is high time that there is a law that contains the whole of this. The Traffic Act does very little to be able to control the motorcycle border. And so we are agreed. But the point is that we need legislation. And so we support the fact that there is a legislation before us, but even if there is a legislation before us, can it be processed in a proper manner? And so I have come this afternoon to support the discharge of this bill so that we in Transport Committee can take it up and look at what is good in it so that we can turn it into law and we can get the regulations. And more importantly, we must also have the input of the the executive to give us the policy behind it so that we create a law that conforms both to the policy and to the things that help the society. I'm told that Honorable Boni Kalwale, Senator Boni Kalwale, found himself with a hot potato in his hands. He was doing a good legislation, but at some point, there are a few drivers out there or a few motorcycle associations out there which threatened him that if he processed that legislation, then he would be voted out. Or I'm told that the senator, he aspires to be the governor of some county. So just a mere few people in his hands made him throw this legislation and write to the speaker to withdraw. What kind of governor would that be if he was given the chance? Just a few motorcycle riders making him throw a whole legislation, you know? And so we must do our role, which is the national, we must regulate this industry. And so we want to take it up. And in a short while, I can assure the leader of majority that in a short while, the cabinet will issue a cabinet paper authorizing us to be able to bring this legislation before the assembly and process it. We will not be intimidated as the member for the senator for Kakamega. We will not be intimidated. And between me and the leader of majority, we do not want to be governors of any county. And so we will do this duty without all those considerations. So, Mr. Speaker, I wish to support and move that members accept with a lot of humility to discharge this bill. If for no anything, just to let Aluale know that there is no procedure in the standing order for withdrawing a bill once it is here. He wants to usurp powers which he does not have, to usurp powers in the assembly when he is in the Senate. Mr. Speaker, with those remarks, I support and I move, I propose, and I think the leader of majority will be kind enough to second. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader of majority, hoping you don't fear border riders.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. You know, fear and me are never in the same sentence, Honorable Speaker. But allow me, Honorable Speaker, to second this motion by the Committee for Transport and Infrastructure to discharge the Public Transport Motorcycle Regulation Bill, which, Honorable Speaker, as many members may have noted, even the name itself, I don't know, I know Dr. Kalwala is a medical doctor, but English, I think, is he should have borrowed some better English from this assembly. But as a mover has said, this being a bill, a private member's bill that came from the Senate, and Senator Halwale, who was the proposer of this bill, has written seeking to withdraw. But as Honorable Kajwang has said, and as was noted by the Speaker in his communication, there is no process of a senator withdrawing anything from this House. Whether he's a sponsor of a bill or motion that has been processed and finalized within the Senate and it comes to this House, it is only the motions of this House and our procedures that can then discharge or withdraw such a bill. And therefore, let it be a lesson not just to Senator Halwale, but to the other senators, that if you want to propose legislation, be man enough to be able to bear the consequences of the choices that you make, because we've previously been told that choices have consequences. Honorable Speaker, I want to agree with the mover, Honorable Kajwang, that if you intend to be a governor of a county, you will be required to make hard decisions and the right decisions on behalf of the people. That is what leadership calls for. As a leader, time and again, you'll be called upon to make decisions, some that may not be popular with the masses, but are the right decisions. And how I wish Senator Boni Halwale had allowed leadership to take charge of his decisions other than political expediency. Because the decision to withdraw this bill by the Honorable Senator Boni Halwale is more of political expediency and playing to the gallery than being a leader. And probably the people of Kakamega are the ones to judge whether that is somebody they would trust to lead other than politic. Because it is very easy to politic and shout in funerals, in political rallies, but to offer leadership is a different issue altogether, Honorable Speaker. And that's why I want to agree with the Honorable TJ Kajwang that there is need to offer leadership in regulating how our transport sector, right from our trains under Kenya Railways, to our buses and matatu sector, all the way down to the use of private vehicles, and including border borders, Honorable Speaker. Because it is chaotic to drive on Kenyan roads, Honorable Speaker. As Honorable TJ says, it is more dangerous to check what is on your right than on your left today. Because people overtake, you expect that people will be overtaking on your right because we drive on the left, we are left, it's called what? Right-hand drive cars, and we keep left on our roads. But people overtake from the left, from your right, join the roads from every other corner, overtake at all manner of places, including blind spots, Honorable Speaker. Passengers on motorcycles, and you'll be shocked, Honorable Speaker, somebody the other day narrated to us in the House Business Committee how he witnessed 3 policemen, and shockingly, traffic policemen, spying on passengers on a border. Those are the people who are supposed to be enforcing the law to make sure that every border has one pylon passenger, Honorable Speaker. But you find policemen are the ones flouting the same laws, Honorable Speaker, that they are supposed to be enforcing. Therefore, that tells you the need to have proper legislation and to ensure that the same laws that are there are enforced, Honorable Speaker. Because, Honorable Speaker, if we allow the chaos that are in the public sector today to continue, and you've seen, Honorable Speaker, I saw sometime last year or early this year, the hue and cry that was there over a matatu that was said to be owned by a son of a prominent politician in this country. One matatu. And it becomes very fashionable to bash that one matatu, I think that was plying either the Gong or Rongai route, not even knowing whether it was owned by the son to the president, because it was said it was owned to the son of the president, who is a student, by the way, who is in school. But because that was being sold as that, everybody on social media was there admonishing. Remember, last year, Honorable Speaker, I saw an incident where a lady collided, I think, with a border somewhere in Kitengela. And Kenyans will recall the chaotic scenes of her car being vandalized by other border riders, her being assaulted, including police officers who were in the vicinity being stoned as they tried to protect that driver, Honorable Speaker. That chaos, that scenario of chaos cannot be allowed to continue being so. But we have a duty as leaders to also protect the livelihoods of our young people who are making an income out of the border sector. And we must protect them. And that is why, Honorable Speaker, I want to agree with Honorable TJ Kajwang that the Committee on Transport and Infrastructure in this House must take it upon themselves, one, to make sure that there is proper order in the public transport sector, not just borders, the matatu sector. Many of us miss the Michuki days, and I hope CS Davis Chirchir is listening. It took the late CS Michuki less than 2 weeks to create order in what was otherwise a very disorderly sector. But after Michuki left us, we are slowly creeping back to the old days. I remember in my village, we had small matatus we used to call ngovis, small Mitsubishi Colts that would carry close to 30 people. But with Michuki rules, that Colt was only licensed to carry 12 people. Now we have Nissan matatus They were called Ngovi or Tongovi.
You see,
I may not know what it means in other communities, Honorable Speaker, from your reaction and that of Honorable TJ Kajong, it probably has another connotation where you come from. But it's because they were very rickety cars and small, and we used to be packed there like sacks of potatoes. But when the former Minister Mishuki came in and created order to ensure that we had safety belts, but today, Honorable Speaker, just get into any matatu. How many matatus have safety belts today? How many of them adhere to the speed limits that were set? Yet every day, Kenyans are crying over accidents and losing their families and relatives and friends through road accidents. Sadly, Honorable Speaker, I'm told only this week or last week, there was a headline in one of the dailies where now border accidents have overtaken all other forms of accidents in terms of fatalities. Borders are killing more Kenyans and maiming many more than matatus, more than buses, more than trains, more than aeroplanes. Honorable Speaker, we have a responsibility to do that which is right but may not be popular, to protect the lives and livelihoods of our young people. Because the people who are dying out of these border accidents are not old people, Honorable Speaker. It is young people who are the riders. It is other young people who are passengers, Honorable Speaker. Not to say that older people are not dying from these accidents. Sadly, today I remember the late Honorable Hassan Kulo, the late Member of Parliament for Banisa. The people of Banisa constituency today do not have a representative and have stayed without a representative for close to a year now. Why? Out of a motor accident occasioned by a border. Why? Because we don't adhere to the rules that are there. You are carrying, I remember the case of the late Honorable Kulo. I think it was gas cylinders or some cylinders that were, or mitungis that were tied onto the border on both sides. And it's actually the luggage or whatever cylinders that were tied to the border that hit him and led to his death, Honorable Speaker. That may be a member of parliament, and we may think, Honorable Speaker, or probably Honorable Boni Khalwala may imagine that it cannot get to him because he's a member of parliament. He has a privilege and of having a big car. But you never know, Honorable Speaker. We all walk on these roads. We drive on the same roads with the same border riders. If we do not create order, we will only have ourselves to blame. We must not wait for that time of regret. We must do that which is right. Have laws that will regulate the entire public transport sector, Honorable Speaker. Look at our trains, Honorable Speaker. At times, you only thank God during rush hour on some routes. I don't want to name many of those routes, where passengers are even riding on top of the train, not in the train, not hanging on the train, on top of the train. And you imagine in some places, the train goes through tunnels and bridges, and people have to keep ducking as it goes through the bridge. Where is order, Honorable Speaker, in this sector? Do we still have a cabinet secretary in charge of this sector? Yet we have a whole state department in charge of transport. How many Kenyans know who the PS for transport is? Honorable Speaker, I am certain if I asked even members here who the principal secretary in charge of transport is, they do not know. You can hear members asking. That is why we miss the late John Mishuki. How I wish Honorable Senator Khalwale would get the balls of the late Honorable John Mishuki. But we live to do what is right, and I do pray that the Committee of Transport and Infrastructure, which the Honorable TJ Kajwang is a ranking member of, will act to make sure that we have order in the entire sector, Honorable Speaker, so that when we speak about telematics in traffic control in Nairobi and other urban centers, systems alone will not deal with the problem. It has to be systems and our own habits as we drive, as we walk, as we ride on these roads, Honorable Speaker. But if we, whatever manner of traffic control systems that we put in the city and other areas, if we do not have the discipline to use them, Honorable Speaker, they will all be investments in futility and a waste of public resources unless we change our attitudes, our behavior, and ensure that all these public sector modes of transport from border, matatus, private vehicles to the train are well and properly regulated. And I look forward to the day that this committee will bring us a law that will serve to create some order in this area, Honorable Speaker. But with that, I beg to second the discharge of this bill by the Honorable Senator for Kakamega, who I would also urge next time, before you sit and formulate legislation, think through and decide whether you want to do that which is right or that which is popular. If you want to be popular all the time throughout your political career, then don't seek a leadership position. Go and sell ice cream. That one you will make people happy all the time. Otherwise, in this business that we are in, we're in the business where at times you will make people happy. At times, they will be unhappy with you. But if you are doing the right thing, at the end of the day, they will come to realize that that which you are doing was in their best interest. And that is why they trusted you with leadership, so that you lead and they follow. And you lead so that you get the best out of them and for them. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Honorable members, I now propose the question that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 127.5 and taking into consideration the request of the Senate for withdrawal of the Public Transport Motorcycle Regulations Bill, Senate Bill number 38 of 2023, this House resolved to discharge the Public Transport Motorcycle Regulation Bill, Senate Bill number 38 of 2023, from the second reading. The Honorable Dr. Wilberforce Oundo, the MP for Funyula.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me also stand here to support the motion that has been moved by our good colleague in respect to discharge of Public Transport Motorcycle Regulation Bill, Senate Bill number 3 of 2023. And Honorable Speaker, let me go on record that Busia Town and Busia County was actually the starting point of border. And it started with a bicycle, what we would carry people along with a bicycle. And the Honorable Speaker, by then, a bicycle was more valued more than a car. If you never owned a bicycle, even if you owned a Mercedes-Benz, nobody took you serious. They thought you had not encompassed the culture and aspiration of the people. Honorable Speaker, the motorcycle has revolutionized transport in this country. The border sector has revolutionized transport in this country, has made transport more accessible, and has allowed people to reach various destinations he thought that they would not have reached because of poor roads. Honorable Speaker, and because of the traffic jam in this country, especially Nairobi, motorcycle comes in handy in terms of speed and ability to reach a destination that others would have taken you much longer to get there because of traffic jam. Honorable Speaker, borders is one of the biggest employer of both the youth, some old people, and people who probably had no other avenue of making a living. That's a fact. Honorable Speaker, border riders are our sons and daughters, are members of this society that whichever way we look at it, we must find a mechanism to protect their business, to protect their jobs, yet ensure there is safety. Honorable Speaker, I have had the privilege to teach at a university in Rwanda, Kigali, for almost 1 year. And Honorable Speaker, forget any other thing, what they talk about cleanliness, what about Kigali and Rwanda as a whole, is the discipline of the they were called moto, border riders. Indeed, Honorable Speaker, I want to reiterate again, it's a sector, if well regulated, if the players are well disciplined, then Honorable Speaker, is a sector that can transform the economy of this country tremendously. I've also had the privilege of traveling outside the country, in Western Europe or in the US, and indeed I have never seen a motorcycle being a means of public transport, because their transport system is well elaborate, is well developed, and it's well regulated. Honorable Speaker, the need to regulate the industry cannot be gainsaid. That is a fact. And I had thought that by the time our good friend, the bullfighter, is a bullfighter, and a bullfighter does not fear anything. By the time the bullfighter thought and drafted this law, he must have applied his mind, both politically and coming from a medical field, being an academia, he must have looked at what are the consequences. Sometimes, Honorable Speaker, it is a terrible waste of public resources to go all this way, to go through all that process, and then when it's at the tail end, nevertheless that is allowed under the standing order under the law, you come and withdraw the bill. I do not have the privilege of having read his letter seeking to withdraw and what were the reasons given for withdrawal. Regardless the reason given for withdrawal, it is a terrible waste of public resources. And when I meet him, Honorable Speaker, I will tell him as much, that we felt there's a terrible waste of resources, being a person who stood in this house and said, for corruption to end, Kimunya must go. Failure to take this bill to the logical end is a form of corruption in a way, because it's misuse of public resources. Honorable Speaker, it is important as a community, as a country, we must open dialogue with the border riders. Honorable Speaker, in the interim, as we look at opening dialogue, as we look at ways of ensuring we put it in order, as the majority leader has said, we have a state department of transport. We have a traffic department under the police, National Police Service. Any failure, any problems, any chaos in the border sector, the two state departments, the two state organs are squarely to blame. NTSA is there, State Department is there, Traffic Police Department is there. The law is there. The rules are there. Why they don't enforce the rules? Is it because the border riders are too powerful, are too politically important that nobody wishes, nobody dares to touch them? Honorable Speaker, when you go to most hospitals, the injury section, 90% or 99% invariably are accidents as a result of border. Something is seriously wrong somewhere, which as a society we must address. We had hoped this law would address. Honorable Speaker, it got to a point where my own constituency, Funyula, that many times, most of the robberies at night were transported, the criminals were transported by border riders. It will go to a point where to have a discussion with them and told them after a certain period at a certain time in the night, do not transport anybody, whether somebody you do not know. You can only attend to emergency, and those must be genuine emergencies from a neighbor that you very well know. As that, Honorable Speaker, by the very way they operate, they're also extremely exposed to danger. They're exposed to criminals, they're exposed to theft, they're even exposed to death. Many, Honorable Speaker, have actually had their motorcycles snatched from them when they're escorting clients. Many of them have been killed for resisting attempt to steal their motorcycles. Some of them have been mistaken to be robbers. As they kill and lynch a robber, they also kill them. So it's in their best interest, Honorable Speaker, that the industry must be regulated. You might want to run it on lawlessness because it gives you the standing some kind of preeminence. But eventually, that lawlessness will catch up with you. Will catch up with you. It will not be one way. So we want to beseech them that through their national association, and many times, Honorable Speaker, during campaigns, they're given very prominent roles to play. I remember even the last presidential campaign, the Kenya Kwanza Brigade paraded them all over, the hustlers, the downtrodden. Tutakaa tunakaa na nyinyi kwa meza tukipanga mipango ya serikali. Now they have become a thorn in the flesh. We need, for their own safety, they need to be regulated. And again, Honorable Speaker, as they cause accidents and injure passengers, they equally get injured. Many of them end up maimed forever. So, Honorable Speaker, the Boni Halwale bill might be lost because he requested so, but we want to urge the State Department for Transport, the saga called NTSA, the National Police Service, to really find ways and means of reining and regulating this sector so that its economic influence can be felt, but security, safety must be paramount. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support.
The Honorable Kangogo Bowen. You will be followed by
Thank
the
you.
Honorable Peter Irungu Kiungi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support the motion to discharge the public transport, that is the motorcycle bill, the Senate Bill number 38 of 2023 from the second reading of this House. And Honorable Speaker, many of my colleagues, including the mover, the Honorable Tiji Kachwang, and the little majority who seconded, together with the Dr. Oundo, Mr. Speaker, they have said it all. They have said all about this bill. Mr. Speaker, I just want to say some few things. Number one, Honorable Speaker, where we come from the pastoralist areas where we come from, where there are no roads at all, where we have only one matatu, leaving in the morning, as early as 3 a.m. in the morning, to get to town, and that same matatu will come back maybe around afternoon, going back to the village. Mr. Speaker, the motorcycles, they have played a very important role to move those women going to markets around the place, Mr. Speaker. It has really helped. It has really helped our students, even when they are going to school, Mr. Speaker, moving them from the villages to the nearby towns where they can catch up a matatu. And I can say, Honorable Speaker, with the coming of the motorcycles or the borders, Honorable Speaker, it has really changed completely the mode of transport, especially in the rural Kenya. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, the sector has also employed many young Kenyans. It's also a source of income to many Kenyans. But, Mr. Speaker, there are few, especially in the urban areas, Mr. Speaker. We have seen where the border operators, they are very unruly. Mr. Speaker, I want to say, one time I was
coming from Karen, reaching around the junction of around Kenya Science Way junction to Kawangware, Mr. Speaker. And there was one lady, I don't know, they had an accident with a border rider there. And Mr. Speaker, all of a sudden, about 20 of them, they came surrounding the lady. And as the lady was still arguing, others were entering into a car, removing laptops, taking away valuables there. And he took my intervention, me together with my security team, Honorable Speaker, to help the lady. And you will find that in a normal traffic situation, when you are involved in an accident, it's normally the two drivers who can come out, and then a policeman can come in and intervene and see who is on the wrong. But in the border sector, Mr. Speaker, a small incident is like an opportunity of stealing, and also maiming the person, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to support the position of the committee led by the honorable member, the Honorable J.K. Trunk, that they are going to take up this bill, that we are not going to lose this bill, Honorable Speaker, that the committee is going to take it up and police it well, so that, Mr. Speaker, we regulate our border sector and have it as productive as we have seen in other countries, like what we are seeing in Rwanda. And we have people who are able to follow the traffic laws, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sometimes in our roads here, you are driving and you will see just a border coming head on towards from the opposite direction, completely on the wrong. And in fact, they want you to get out of your way to make way for them. So, Mr. Speaker, we cannot allow this to continue. We cannot allow this lawlessness to continue. This is a country which is governed by laws, Mr. Speaker, and I want to really say, Mr. Speaker, if the committee is going to take up this matter, and we have also the law enforcers, our traffic officers, enforce the rules very strictly. And Mr. Speaker, sometimes it's not that we lack laws in this country. We have so many traffic laws. It's only that we have people, we become a lawlessness country where people don't care to follow the law. And sometimes some of these borders, including even the matatu operators, Mr. Speaker, those who are found to have violated the law, it is many of us, some of us, the politicians, the leaders, we are the first ones always to be in the police stations. Why are you arresting our people? Why are you arresting my people? And then they create some boldness. They become emboldened, Mr. Speaker, that they cannot listen to anybody, even the policemen on the road, because they know they have some godfathers somewhere. When they are arrested, they are going to be released. Mr. Speaker, I conclude on this, Mr. Speaker, I want to say, like the Honorable Kachwang said, if you go not only to Kenyatta National Hospital at 9th floor, if you go to MTRH in Eldoret, there is a whole I think almost two wards, which are purely for border victims. If you go to every hospital whether in Nakuru, in central Kenya, you will find that many of the accident victims are victims or are accident victims from border accidents. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude to say, the committee, you have the support of the House. We are going to support you. Police this bill, bring it back, and we are going to pass it to regulate the border sector and become income generating sector like any other sector in the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Peter Irungu Kiungi is recognized.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I start to support the withdrawal of the motion of the bill. And Mr. Speaker, I want to question also still how the bill went all through the process and it came to Parliament from Senate without the mover or the Senate itself be able to realize the anomalies that they could have rectified. But Mr. Speaker, I want to support the most members what they have come. We need to regulate the operations of border. I think we are now allowed 24 years because mostly it came after during Kibaki regime. And I want to say, I was once operated as a conductor between around 2000, between Kayole and Nairobi, before Mechuki rules. It was extremely chaotic. And when he came with the Mechuki rules, we never knew that it would work. The only instinct that is needed is somebody who have the boldness and somebody who is not careful too much, maybe on his popularity, because we must regulate the border sector as it is. The numbers now that we are in of people who are employed by the sector, they are extremely rising. And I wish, as the committee is saying, these are an institution, these are whereby we need now to develop maybe a directorate that is concerned and every day is working on border sector. Because now, as it is left, I realized the other day, there was a burial in my village called Watoha. And it was a burial for a border guy who had an accident. I think there were 3, 2 died, and one of them maybe is in hospital. But during the burial of one of the border rider, there came a group of borders who behaved as if they were chaotic. They interfered with burial whereby when the pastor was preaching, they came and took the coffin, they went directly to the burial site and buried the person. Without even prayers, they disregarded the family. It was so embarrassing, so chaotic. And therefore, that's why I'm saying, if we allow this sector to continue learning, now it's becoming now their chaotic issue. They are calling themselves biker. You don't understand how they are organized. And these people are criminals. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I think the essence and the issue of regulating this sector is not to frustrate the operations of genuine borders, because the borders in my village, they were left wondering what's happening. They felt the embarrassment up to a point whereby we had to do prayers in that church with the borders in the village to repent on behalf of borders. But those people, I think they have organizations, they are organizing themselves even from outside, and they are becoming extremely chaotic and disorganized. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I think Halwale had an idea, but I think he panicked. But my prayer is that the Committee for Transport should think around it and come in a way to regulate and bring order to this sector. As everybody is saying, if you go to Rwanda, you feel, you admire the operations of boda. One boda carrying one passenger with a helmet, very organized. At a traffic jam, when the lights, the observed lights is extremely organized. And I think that one needs just an organized registration, and also, if possible, we have a directorate that will trickle up to the ground so that these people can be able to be organized in circles, and we can be able now to remove those criminals have intruded in this sector. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I start to support the withdrawal, but I think Senate also should up the debate also, because I don't understand how the bill came to Parliament. Then when we have it in Parliament, they are calling for withdrawal. I don't understand at which instance, maybe at what, how the process went around. But Mr. Speaker, as Parliament, we can agree, but call upon the Committee on Transport, just look on how you can bring order in this sector. And I know we can be able to bring order, and it will work for genuine border operators. And it will also assist us to be able to remove those operators or those criminals who have gotten a chance to intrude in this sector. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Joshua Mwalio.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to support also the withdrawal of this bill. Although initially I was not for the idea of the withdrawal, but I was convinced by the House business that the withdrawal is the right thing. And then we bring ours from this House. And I was convinced by Honorable Kajwang, and I am convinced. Having said that, I want to say that this sector is very important because it came in the hard time, the best time. It is like the way we used to have no mobiles, and then the mobiles came as a savior for everybody, because you used to walk to someone's home, even 5 kilometers, and you find the person is not there just because we did not have the mobiles. But now the border board have come to save the sector of transport, such that it has become very easy. Even wherever there are no roads, they are there helping the people in the rural areas. If you want to move faster, even in the city here, when you are late and there is a jam, you take a boda and you reach where you are going as quickly as possible. So the boda sector is a very important sector. Having said that, we need to regulate, because the things that are coming from the boda, the issues that are being done, the bad things that are being done by the boda, they defeat the good ones, because they are the same bodas who are being used by the hitmen. If they want to steal from you, they snatch your mobile and ride very fast, leaving you wondering, how do you run after a motorbike that is speeding? There are other things that are being done which is very good. Some of them are so organized, such as they have their circles where they give money daily, even 100 shillings. And at the end of the day, they are able to give one person some money so that that person can buy his or our own motorcycle to be able to do the business. So there are good things that happens, but there are also very bad ones. The bad ones are the accidents. In my constituency, I cannot count how many people have been maimed. Some have become even disabled. Some their legs have been cut because there are multiple fractures, because they have been knocked by boda. In fact, there is one young man already now this week is in a mortuary who was knocked by a boda last week. And so many things that we cannot even, they are countless. But when we will regulate it, we need also to enforce the law enforcement agencies to make sure that the bodas keep to their lane. We have done so many trainings, even with the CDF. We have trained them not to ride without helmets. We have even trained them not to ride without insurances. We have trained them not even to carry 2 people, but to carry only 1. But even after the training, they still go back to their old habits of carrying as many people as possible. You find one is carrying 4 people, and he himself is as if he is standing, because he is there just next near the end of the motorbike. So it is very important to bring a regulated sector in this house, so that we go through it, make it happen, because it was meant to be a very good sector. And of course it is, but because of the very bad things, then everybody is saying the boda. They also, they bull people, even us, when we are campaigning. One time, I was bullied by them, and they even prevented me from entering a town until I paid 20,000. You see, so much bullying that they bully even the member of parliament. When you are going there to look for votes, they tell you cannot enter this town. It is controlled by us. It's a cartel. You pay money for you to enter and look for votes. If it's a rally you were going, you become late because you are arguing with the people that don't want even to hear you. So it is very important for us to regulate it and let us talk to them and tell them this is a country whereby we need to be ruled by the rules that are already set, and not everything that you do that is accepted. One of the honorable members I just cited, you drive like this and there is one coming on your side. You don't even imagine there can be anybody riding towards you when you are on your line. So you might even collide and kill them and even kill the passengers. So it is very important that we do what is right in this house, and our way is to make laws that help our country. I've seen also some of the organized ones. They obey their chairmen, they obey their secretariats, and you sit down with them, you plan your rally with them, so that they bring you in a town that everybody is alert. Somebody is coming to speak, even to the people that you wanted to speak to. So they are good for organizing people and also for attracting attention, so that they call for you the crowd. They are good for that. But if you don't pay them after they have done for you that, next time they might not even allow you to speak to the people that you wanted to speak. For Speaker, I want to support for this bill to be, this motion to be brought again after the committee has made good of it, and so that we can make the laws that can govern the sector, so that our country can be disciplined. I've been to China. There are small thousands and thousands of border riders, but they are so disciplined that they move as the cars move. When it is time to stop, you stop. When it's time to move, you move. And it is very organized. And that is where the motorcycles are manufactured. But here, whereby we have been able to import them, we are the ones who are not able to use our roads in the right way. So with those few remarks, Speaker, I support the withdrawal.
Does the Honorable Eric, the son of Mumbi, want to contribute to this? I'm told Mumbi is the mother of all the Agikuyu. You're not contributing to this. Okay, the Honorable, the Chair, the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning, Honorable Kimani.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And the motion today is on the discharge of the Public Transport Motorcycle Regulation Bill, Senate Bill number 38 of 2023, which is now the official withdrawal from the House. This bill sponsored by the Senator for Kakamega, Dr. Boniface Halwale. I've gone through the bill, Honorable Speaker, and although there were some things or some clauses in the bill that were offensive and probably necessitated the Senator's decision to withdraw the entire bill, it's unfortunate because the bill carried very many things, a few things, quite a number of things that were very, very useful, that would have been very useful to this particular section, Honorable Speaker. But before I debate the merits of the debate, Honorable Speaker, there was a presidential decree that was made in 2023 that was supposed to require training fees for border borders to 2,500, Honorable Speaker. I have checked that actually there has been programs that are being undertaken by AA, by NTSA, and by NYS that actually reduce the cost of this particular training to around 750 shillings, Honorable Speaker. However, these particular programs remain a mirage because there is not enough publicity on this, even to our constituents, Honorable Speaker. For you to acquire just a license to drive to ride a border, you need to have a provisional driving license that you apply at 650 shillings. You need to have a test application fee that you pay 1,050 shillings, and you need to pay a license and endorsement of 600 shillings. The training in a checked a few of the training colleges in the country will charge you between 5,000 and 10,000 shillings, Honorable Speaker. So for skill sets, that is very important to the people at the bottom of the pyramid. And to the real hustlers of this country, Honorable Speaker, I think training fees for border riders remain too high for them to afford. And one of, as a committee of transport now retreats to relook at how to bring this back, Honorable Speaker, will be to look at affirmative action to make sure we reduce the cost of training. Because the matters that are raised by the members in this House about, for example, the accidents that are caused by Honorable Speaker, some of them is because some student clears Form 4 or Class 8, and of course now the easiest business to start becomes that of a border rider, Honorable Speaker. But if then the training fees would be reasonable enough, then that particular rider, Honorable Speaker, would be motivated to go and do border training, Honorable Speaker, before they actually get to ride that border Speaker. Border sector is a very important sector in our economy. I dare say we cannot live without the border sector in this country. You know, it is our last mile connectivity in our transport. When you want to go to the deepest of our villages, or to the deepest of our urban areas where some of the roads are really small, Honorable Speaker, we rely on these border riders, Honorable Speaker. When those people fall sick, it is these border riders that take them to hospitals. The first reactions, even in terms of security matters, if there's a theft in a particular village, if there's any insecurity matters, Honorable Speaker, the first respondents, most of the time, not even police officers, they are border riders, because most of them operate even 24 hours, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, this is an area that is so critical to our economy that we need to protect. We need to provide affirmative action, Honorable Speaker, so that these riders can have training, can have better access to safety gears, such as a helmet, reflectors, Honorable Speaker. If you check around, especially in Nairobi, Honorable Speaker, you must have noticed most of the bikes, including during the day, have their lights on with a casacco at the front yellow. Those are electric motorcycles. And Honorable Speaker, the spur of use of electric motorcycles in this country that have saved the fuel consumption or the cost of running these borders by more than 50% is a result of policy directions that have been made on this House. The Finance Act of 2023, Honorable Speaker, provided for zero rating of electric motorcycles and their parts thereof, Honorable Speaker. This fundamentally reduced the cost of electric motorcycles that have seen multinationals such as Uber, such as Mogo, such as Watu invest, Honorable Speaker, through venture capitalists into this particular entities, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, you've seen the profitability of border riders, especially the ones that do delivery services around Nairobi, Honorable Speaker, use electric motorcycles. And you're hoping that this private sector will take this further to our villages, Honorable Speaker, so that the border business can be more profitable to these young people that, Honorable Speaker, are very hardworking. As much as we want to blame our border riders for the acts, Honorable Speaker, motorists also have contributed to this. You know, when you'll find a lot of time, especially around roundabouts, Honorable Speaker, we really squeeze out some of these border riders, Honorable Speaker. And you find some of them is carrying a radio, Honorable Speaker. They really get scared because there's a matatu or there's a car that really is squeezing them almost out of the road. And out of that panic, Honorable Speaker, sometimes the passenger shakes or even the rider, Honorable Speaker, panic. So in as much as if you are really control the accidents that are caused by these border riders, even as motorists, we need to respect other motorists on the road. Our border riders are equal motorists in our roads, Honorable Speaker, and they deserve the respect we give the vehicles on our roads, Honorable Speaker. There are some, another policy direction, Honorable Speaker, with this House. I did sponsor the Business Laws Amendment Bill that was passed in this, Honorable Speaker. And one of the critical amendments we had was to stop the exploitation of the buy now, pay later program that was being done by financial institutions, Honorable Speaker. You'll find border riders would go pay a deposit for a motorcycle of say 20,000 shillings, but by the time they are calculating the amount of money they paid for the loan of that motorcycle, it is twice or three times the cost of that motorcycle, Honorable Speaker. In addition, Honorable Speaker, if they defaulted just one payment or towards the tail end, if they deserve with just a few costs, Honorable Speaker, the motorcycle will get repossessed. So by bringing those buy now, pay later schemes into the purview of Central Bank of Kenya, then we expect that they're going to adhere to the ad hoc principle, Honorable Speaker, of not charging interest more than the principal amount of the particular item, Honorable Speaker. So these are some of the interventions that this House has made. However, we urge, especially our private sector, to innovate and make boda riding as comfortable, as safe, as you've seen in the examples that we've talked about, for example, in China and Rwanda and other countries, Honorable Speaker. And a good example, there's a company called Oye. So Oye has partnered with National Oil petrol station, it is Total Petrol Station, Honorable Speaker, where now when the boda riders get to fuel their motorcycles at National Oil, at Total Petrol Station, Honorable Speaker, they actually get to contribute towards having a medical insurance for them and their passenger, Honorable Speaker. And these are some of the products, as we say, can we have our insurance industries innovate and have such solutions as this in terms of affordability, accessibility, and have the boda rider and the passenger to be covered on medical insurance. That's the same way we have for motorists, for other motorists, Honorable Speaker. So we laud the interventions that this House has made, and we look forward to the Departmental Committee on Transport coming up with even more innovations to cushion our boda riders from, to make sure that the riding is safe, the costs of their training is reduced, the cost of their security gears such as helmet and all the other training gears that they need, Honorable Speaker, that actually it's adhered to, Honorable Speaker. And also thank them. They are a good example of organization. You know, you go to stages across the country, you find they're organized. They have the chairman of that stage who approves all those people that ride that particular stage. They know each other. Some of them have welfare programs. They organize themselves at the ward level, at the sub-county level, at the county level, and the national level. And if, for example, if Honorable Speaker, we can find other ways of supporting them, especially with products, Honorable Speaker, and affirmative action on these particular people, I believe that they can really transform our nation, not just economically, but ensure there is a safe way of movement of goods and people from point A to B, Honorable Speaker, and they actually get to earn a decent income to support their families, because boda people in this country are very hardworking people. And as Honorable Speaker, let us stop castigating all the boda riders. Ati tunasema watu wote wa boda ni wabaya, ni wezi. It's just like in every sector. They are treated by professionals who do not adhere to professional good conduct. Whether you go to, whether it is in police service, whether it is in legal service, whether it is in the accounting profession, in every profession across the world, you cannot lack a few people who do not adhere to professional conduct of that particular station, Honorable Speaker. So not all boda riders are good, and majority of our boda riders are hardworking Kenyans who work hard to feed their families, and for that we must applaud them and help them and cushion them against the cost of their training and the cost of their safety gears. With that, I support this discharge, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Stephen M. Ugaka, MP4 West Mugirango.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I also want to support the withdrawal of this Senate bill, just like all other Senate bills should be withdrawn. Because the boda sector, Mr. Speaker, is the lifeline of this country. And I speak to this as a graduate of business, and during my undergraduate course, one of my theses and dissertations I wrote was about the transport industry as it was then. Mr. Speaker, sir, the transport sector in East Africa was dominated by multinationals, the overseas trading company. And at that time, transport sector was a no-go zone for anybody. And that was the model, even in the banking sector, until the Grameen model came that destroyed the mythology that banking or transport is a space for only big players. Mr. Speaker, since the OTC time, when the matatu industry made a debut into the transport sector, it was demonized. And little did people know that the matatu sector was going to revolutionize the informal transport sector and make transport available to all from destinations which were not otherwise authorized stages under the old monopoly of the overseas trading company. And it has evolved, and today the border sector has even liberalized the transport sector and even made it passenger friendly so that you can be picked from a house to destination and from your destination to the house. And therefore, any attempt to suffocate the growth of the border sector would be going in the wrong direction. But that is not to say that the border sector does not require regulation. In fact, when I went to China, Mr. Speaker, sir, and I thank it to this 13th Parliament, and I wouldn't mention that Fatuma, who is not here, was with me during that trip. I did see that the border sector has gone down to even having border hires, just like we have car hires, where you do not need to own a border to use one to move from destination to destination. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, any regulatory legislation that is not border and passenger centric, that would be a regulation in the wrong direction. How I wish that this country, under the CBC education program, trained all our learners on how to use borders, how to license our learners as they get out of school, they are able to ride and they are licensed to ride borders, so that we can have transport.
When you go to Kigali, you see there is a lot of sanity in this industry, the border industry. So if there is streamlined, rules are put in place, I know it's an organized institution. They have leadership right from the village, sub-county to county levels. If they can be put together, they be taught on so many things, on road safety, that one will be very good for them, because most people, livelihoods of our people in the villages and even in big towns, even in Nairobi here, I normally see when there's big jam, most people use the border riders to reach, to be moved from point A to point B. Even before this Mombasa getting to the airport, it used to be a nightmare before the new roads came up. People used to jump onto borders to rush them to the airport. So let us not look at border as a menace or as a problem. The border sector must have rules that can govern. They do the way the Rwanda is doing. They carry only 2 people, and the 2 people should have helmets. Both of them should have helmets and good reflectors, so that at least they are seen when other motorists, when it's dark, when other motorists are using it. And also, Kera should do, or the counties should do good pathway for border riders, because it's becoming a problem on highways. You see them all over. They become, people look at them as a nuisance. But I think if it is streamlined properly, Mr. Speaker, this is one of our major employment organizations. So, Mr. Speaker, I think Khalwale feared the repercussion, because in every village there is a border rider, even in every home. So I think by pulling it out, I think it is a good idea, but the Minister of Transport, the minister, should regulate, give rules out, set rules out on how the border sector should be governed, so that we minimize on accidents on the roads, we minimize a lot of robbery, we minimize, because people are looking at border riders as thugs. Some people are looking at them as, like most normally say that they're the ones who rape young girls, they impregnate school-going children. But let us take Boda Boda to be one of the best employer, the best institution that is employing so many of our people. So let us support this industry and put in the necessary rules and the necessary issues that can make it run. I remember, God, may God rest his soul in eternal peace, the man by the name Michuki Rules, when he came out. I think the minister of this transport ministry should come up in that manner. Let them not just look like they want to be massaged, they want to look like they are angels. You want them to bring rules that can govern the roads, rules that can make people understand that border riders and our border industry is just an equal employer like any other employment. So I think I want to thank Kalwale for his thinking, knowing very well the repercussion. And since he's saying that he's going for gubernatorial seat, this could have worked against him so badly. Because I remember there was a time when we were doing Tibima and Tialala, and we were demonstrating the whole country when we were resisting. I remember when he came to Vihiga to assist me to demonstrate, and they had marked him. Honorable Kajwang knows that very well. He jumped, Khalwale jumped onto a border, and he escaped the OCS from arresting him. So these border services, they are good. As much as we may think that they should be stopped or they should be banned, but the border riders are doing a good job, and they saved Kalwale that day from being arrested. So let us not demonize this industry. Let us hold this industry with the respect that it deserves. It's a good industry that is employing our children, except a few issues that need to be corrected. And this, we leave it to the Minister for Transport to put in measures, to put in rules, to bring a bill here which can curb unlawlessness, and also the security apparatus to look at. There are some few elements, thugs masquerading as border riders, and they use that to rob people, to do unnecessary things, spoiling that industry. But I love the industry. The borders are coming up. I'm very happy in my county. They're coming up. They have even bought land. They want to put up structures. They want to assist the government in the housing department, whereby the government has to meet the requirements of the housing sector. They want to put up apartments. They're coming up. And from border, they are coming matatu owners and bus owners. So let us not demonize it wholesomely. It's an industry that needs to be nurtured. It's an industry that needs to be protected so that our children, our people can be put something on the table in their homes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to end there. Thank you.
MP for Ganze, the Honorable Charo Kazungu.
Asante Bwana Spika kwa kunipatia nafasi hii kuweza kuchangia kwa huu mjadala ambao unaendelea saa hizi. Kwanza kabisa pia nataka nimshukuru na nipongeze Bwana Kawale kwanza kwa kuweza kuja na mswada kama huu, hata japokuwa amesema kuwa tuweze kuondoa, lakini ni mswada muhimu sana tukizingatia kwamba sekta ya bodaboda nchini Kenya imechangia pakubwa sana kuimarisha uchumi wetu. Mara nyingine wanajiuliza kama haingekuwa ni hii sekta ya bodaboda, hawa vijana wetu wengi ambao wanatoka mashule saa hizi wangekuwa wanafanya kazi gani? Kwa sababu tunavyojua hali ya uchumi katika nchi yetu si nzuri vile. Ni vijana wengi sana ambao wamepata makao katika hii sekta ya bodaboda na wameweza kujipatia riziki ya kila siku kuweza kujiendeleza katika maisha yao. Kwa hivyo hii sekta imesaidia pakubwa sana katika kuchangia kuimarisha uchumi wa nchi yetu. Mara nyingine najiuliza kule ninakotoka sehemu ya Ganze ni sehemu ambayo ni ya mashambani sana, ni rural area, na kule barabara hakuna. Nafikiri katika eneo bunge lote la Ganze, kilomita za barabara ambazo zimewekwa lami hazifiki hata kilomita 30. Na sisi kama wakazi tunategemea sana usafiri wa kutumia bodaboda kuweza kufanya biashara zetu, na pia kuweza kutoka katika pointi ya kwanza hadi pointi ya pili. Ingekuwa hakuna bodaboda, watu wangekuwa wanatumia usafiri wa kutumia miguu ama kutumia baiskeli, na mara nyingi inakuwa vigumu sana kuweza kusafirisha bidhaa ama kusafirisha watu, especially wagonjwa. Lakini sasa ukiangalia hata usiku wa manane, ukipatikana na shida katika nyumba yako, ni rahisi kuitisha mtu wa bodaboda, anakuja, anakubeba, anakupeleka hospitali. Hospitali zetu zenyewe kule Ganze pia ziko mbali sana. Nafikiri kila hospitali ni zaidi ya kilomita 10. Kwa hivyo wakati mwingi pia kufikia hospitali inakuwa shida. Lakini kwa sababu ya uwepo wa hawa huduma wa bodaboda, tumeweza kuona kuwa huduma kama hizi pia sisi kama wakazi wa Ganze tunaweza kuzipata kwa urahisi. Kwa hivyo manufaa ya hii sekta ni mengi sana. Tukianza kuyataja moja baada ya nyingine, hata pengine tutakesha hapa kuzungumza mambo haya. Lakini kila kizuri pia hakikosi ubaya wake. Na tumeona kwamba katika hii sekta kuna watu wachache, wacha niseme wachache, ambao wanaharibu jina zuri la wahudumu wa bodaboda. Kuna wengi ambao wamejipanga vizuri, na ukiangalia wameingia kwa hii sekta kwa muda mrefu na wamejiendeleza, wameweza kuendesha maisha yao vizuri, wametengeneza sako, walikuwa wameandikwa kama waendeshaji wa bodaboda, lakini saizi kwa sababu ya uadilifu wao katika kazi zao, saizi wamekuwa pia hao ni wenye bodaboda, wanaendesha bodaboda zao. Hao ni wale ambao wamejipanga. Lakini kuna wachache ambao wanaharibu hii sekta. Na wameingiza uhuni na wanafanya mambo ambayo hayastahili. Ukiangalia saizi wahalifu wengi sana ambao wanahusika katika kupora mali za watu, kupora maduka, na hata majangili ambao wanahusika na visa vya uwaji, utapata wakati mwingi pia wanatumia hiyo vifaa vya bodaboda kuweza kufanya ule uhalifu ambao wanafanya. Lakini hao ni wachache. Mimi nasema wengi katika wale ambao wanafanya bodaboda wanafanya kazi nzuri sana na wanastahili kuungwa mkono. Lakini pia imekuwa ni muhimu sana tuweze kama nchi kuweza kuregulate ama kutunga sheria ambazo hawa watu wa bodaboda wataweza kuzifuata. Mara nyingi sana tunaona barabarani, kwa sababu sisi pia ni watumizi wa barabara, tunaona hawafuati zile sheria za barabara vile ambavyo inastahili. Unajipata wewe unaendesha gari yako katika ule mkono wako wa barabara, lakini mtu wa bodaboda yeye pia anakuja na mkono huo bila kujali kabisa kwamba anaweza kusababisha ajali. Tumeona mara nyingi sana katika barabara zetu ajali nyingi ambazo zimefanywa na watu wa bodaboda. Watu ambao hawastahili kwamba wapoteze maisha yao, wameweza kuyapoteza kwa sababu ya kutokuwa na makini kwa hawa waendeshaji bodaboda. Hili ni jambo ambalo limekuwa sugu katika nchi yetu. Kwa sababu ukitembea katika hospitali nyingi, kama pale Kilifi, kuna ward katika hospitali ya Kilifi inaitwa Bajaji ward. Ukienda katika hospitali ya Malindi, kuna ward pia inaitwa Bajaji ward. Na ukiangalia wale watu wako katika hiyo ward ni watu ambao wamepata ajali kupitia kwa hizi bodaboda. Kwa hivyo mbali na kuwa wamekuwa wakifanya kazi nzuri, lakini kwa sababu ya wachache ambao hawana makini, wamesababisha hasara kubwa sana. Kwa sababu utapata watu wamekaa pale kwa hospitali, itabidi wafanyiwe operations, itabidi wawekwe vyuma, na utapata wakati mwingi pia hata pesa za kufanyiwa hizi vitu hakuna. Itabidi sisi kama wanasiasa pia tunahusishwa tena kufanya michango ili hawa watu waweze kusaidika. Kwa hivyo mimi naunga mkono hoja ya kwamba hata kama hii bill imekuwa withdrawn ama imeondolewa katika bunge hili, lakini pia nasisitiza ikiwezekana kamati husika iweze kuregesha mswada tena hapa ili tuweze kuja na sheria ambazo zitaweza kuzingatiwa ili kuhakikisha kwamba manufaa ya hii sekta ya bodaboda yanaweza kufikika ama kusikika kila kona ya nchi hii. Kwa sababu impact ya hii watu kila mtu anaiona, kwa sababu wamerahisisha sana sekta ya usafiri ndani ya nchi yetu. Lakini kwa sababu ya wale wachache ambao hawazingatii sheria, jina la bodaboda, jina la watu wa bodaboda limeharibiwa sana. Sasa hizi kila kitendo cha uhalifu kikifanyika kule mashinani, suspect wa kwanza inasemekana ni watu wa bodaboda. Kumekuwa na visa vingi sana vya mimba za mapema kule mashinani, lakini ukiangalia kwa sababu ya jina lao baya ama vile wanadhaniwa, suspect wa kwanza pia inasemekana ni watu wa bodaboda. Kwa hivyo pia imefika wakati mwafaka saizi zile asasi za serikali ambazo zinahusika, NTSA, polisi, waweze pia kuja na programs ambazo tutaweza kuenda mashinani kuhamasisha hawa watu wa bodaboda kuhusu mambo ya usalama barabarani na pia ya jinsi ya vile wanaweza kujiendeleza kimaisha katika hiyo kazi wanayofanya. Otherwise mimi naunga mkono huu mswada hata kama umekuwa withdrawn, lakini pia nasisitiza zile asasi zinazohusika kama kamati yetu ya transport hapa katika bunge iweze kuleta tena huu mswada ndani ya bunge hili, tuweze kujadili, tuweze kuja na sheria mwafaka ambazo zitasaidia kuregulate hii sekta ya bodaboda. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
There being no more interest, the mover can reply. The Honorable Naomi Wako, you want to speak to this? Proceed, you are recognized.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I've been waiting. I don't know why it has not shown there. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to add my voice to this very important debate concerning the motorbike riders. Honorable Speaker, we have more than 2 million young people, young Kenyans in this sector and doing some serious business. And I just want to say that I support this because by doing this, our young people earn their living, and it has also helped the economy in a way. When you go to the villages, like the remotest part of this country, in Marsabit and other places, where the vehicles cannot go, the motorbike can easily, help people. And even at night when, mothers want to deliver and they cannot, get vehicles, these motorbike riders, border riders, they come and, someone can easily be taken to hospital and they get some medical attention and they also earn their living. Honorable Speaker, in our country, there are many families who depend on border riders. And that is why today we cannot ignore this sector in our country, because this is where they earn their living, and we need to come up with policies that can take care of them, policies that can give them enough security, policies that can make sure that, we have given them enough insurance, we have given them all that they need, and they are well protected in our country. Honorable Speaker, in many families, motorbike riders or motorboarders have suffered in the past simply because they have been targeted. Like the areas that have a lot of insecurity, the border riders have been targeted and have also lost their lives. And that is why today we need to come up with ways that they can be secured, their lives can be secured, and make sure that we have laws in place that even when they ride at night, they are safe enough. Honorable Speaker, again, we need to make sure that they have been given enough training. Because of the need that is there, many of them just train themselves and then they just go into the business. We need to make sure that NTSA comes up with a proper way of training them and making sure that they give them even certificates, and also coming up with affordable insurance cover so that they have their circles, and through their circles they can even have affordable insurance cover. Honorable Speaker, if we work very well and work hard, border riders can be a real benefit to us. They can add a lot of value to our economy and to even our transport, because basically they are there everywhere and they give us a lot of support when it comes to this. And mine is just to say that I support this, and let us make sure that we put policies in place to support them and to guide them, give them security, give them training, make sure that we minimize, we come up with laws that guide them on how to, ride, and also make sure that we give them enough or the gears that they need to have on, so that in case of any accident, then they are well protected. Honorable Speaker, we need to also have their data. In Kenya, I said that we have over 2 million Kenyans in this business. But even in the villages, we need to know how many border riders are there, so that the government can have their data. And in case of any accident, in case of anything, we need to just get there and help and see how best they can serve the society and also help themselves. Honorable Speaker, as a country, Kenyans are very innovative. Young Kenyans are dying because they have no employment, they are depressed. Some of them commit suicide because they cannot afford even to buy a motorbike and ride a motorbike. We need to come up with ideas that can help our young people to even have motorbikes, so that they can be able to buy them on loan and give back their money, so that, because that is the only easy way we can create employment for our people. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support and I encourage us to contribute to this and make sure that this is turned into law for us to assist our border riders. Thank you.
Honorable Imase, I'll give you 2 minutes. We have overshot time because I want the mover to reply to this
Okay, thank you,
motion
Honorable
before we
Speaker,
close.
for the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I also arise to support the withdrawal of this bill by Honorable Boni Halwale. Honorable Speaker, the border sector is a very important sector that contributes enormously to the economy. There are many. They must be recognized and they must be supported. Honorable Speaker, when this bill was introduced in the Senate, there was a lot of uproar about the bill. And Honorable Speaker, we know that a bill or any law must be very clear, must be very precise. And in that law, there was a proposal, for example, about the weight the border could carry. And in fact, I was looking at myself and I said, even as slim as I am weighing 70 kg. So when you talk of not more than 50, how would they be able to determine? Would they be traveling with a weighing machine on the border? So there were certain clauses, definitely, that didn't agger very well, or that required that that bill be thought through, be researched more before it could be brought to the fore. So, Honorable Speaker, a law should not destabilize any business or disadvantage the operators. So in this case, I think I support the withdrawal as much as we agree that there is need for regulation because of the safety concerns, because of the security. But the problem we are having is not the border. It is the weak law enforcement. It is the corruption that has culminated into impunity, accidents on our way, or on the roadsides, and all this insecurity we are seeing is because of weak law enforcement. So we cannot blame this on the borders. I support the withdrawal, and I'm saying at a later time, probably this bill could be thought through very well, researched properly, and then we could have a proper regulation to help protect the border, support the border, and make sure that they themselves are secure from so many crimes we witness, borders being hijacked, being killed, their pikipikis taken away. So I would support the aspect of registering, knowing who is in which stage, who is doing the business where, so that in case of crime, government is able to trace, to trail, and arrest the culprits. But this is a sector that has accommodated so many of our youths.
"30 seconds.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, this sector is not just about those youths as it was perceived in the past, those who have not gone. Today we have youths who have degrees. There are no jobs. They are creating employment for themselves. So we must support these young people, provide the security, provide the environment to allow them to thrive in whatever they are trying to do. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support the withdrawal.
Thank you, Honorable Imase. The Honorable Tom Joseph Francis Kajwang to reply, there being no further interest.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for giving us the opportunity to debate through this motion, which just seeks a simple thing to withdraw this bill. And I want to thank all members who have contributed. The theme is very clear that the border or motorcycle industry is a very important sector in our economy, in the transport economy. It provides employment to our young people. It also completes the last mile in terms of transport for vulnerable people who are sick and security. And so I have seen several chiefs. The only means that they can be able to reach their people is through border. So that is providing security, including people in combat. And so that is very clear. But on the other side, we see a sector which is in chaos, in shambles. It is a threat of security. It becomes now the breeding point of MAGAs or people who are anti-dissidents and so forth. And so it is important that this sector must be regulated, and we cannot run away from our mandate to legislate and to make law that will protect that industry, but will also regulate that industry in such a manner that we all benefit from it. So we have taken notes and we have commitment. In fact, an undertaking on behalf of the chair of this committee that we are not going to throw this water with the baby. We are going to take all this information, including the information that Boni Halwale generously has. In fact, we will call him to be able to benefit from that which he has, the research that he has done and so on. And so we'll incorporate all this. We will put together the stakeholders and the policymakers, the executive, to be able to come with a legislation that befits the expectation of members. So, Mr. Speaker, I beg to reply. Thank you.
For the convenience of the House, the putting of the question to this motion is deferred to a future date when it shall be scheduled for consideration by the House through the House Business Committee. Let's be upstanding, honorable members. The time being 7:07 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Wednesday, the 30th day of April 2025, at 9:30 a.m.